We can start shortly. Apologies that we're running 10 minutes late this morning because the initially scheduled start was 9:30. Apologies and thank you for the patience for the colleagues who have joined us online today. Okay. We're ready to start. Day 2, we have the pleasure of having Mr. Vilchov as senator once again. The audience is pretty much the same for day 2, the project consulting teams, and our guests from the banking sector, private sector ministries. We would only ask Mati if you want to introduce yourself because you were not here with us yesterday, and then we can start with the day's agenda.
Good day to you all. My name is Matija Vajdic. I'm a power engineer by profession, working in energy efficiency and renewables for the last 15 years. And I will have a training, a couple of presentations tomorrow, where I will show you how to verify actually energy efficiency and renewable energy measures, how we do it in some other programs. I did it on some other programs, and how you will do it soon with the financing facility that you're establishing.
Thank you very much, Matija. Looking forward to tomorrow's presentation and trainings, and we can immediately start with preparing a bankable proposal, project summaries, project sponsor, nature of the project costs, etc. Just a minor note before we start, the lunch break, that is to say the coffee break, will be at around 11:30. That's going to be the first break to start. And following the break, for those of you colleagues who have joined us live today, you can opt to join us online in the afternoon, depending on your travel arrangements for the afternoon hours.
Yeah.
Did you?
The agenda, the proposals will remain.
Yes. Yes, for those of you who feel comfortable and staying in the afternoon hours, yes.
Very comfortable.
I'll start today with a bit different agenda. It's a sort of discuss what we talked yesterday, but I would like to present how the project is viewed from the point of view of the investor, of the owner of the project, and from the side of the banking institutions. Because there are two sides, they have different interests, they have different aims, but they have one common thing. They would like the project to happen. Because if it doesn't happen, the bank cannot make money, cannot make profit, and you cannot make your project happen, you cannot have profit. So it's the joint, is the common interest in the project. And so the two things I will say today, the repetition of, not repetition, but confirm with what we discussed yesterday. But I would like to encourage you, because you have luckily from both sides of the equation, people who prepare the projects and people who invest in these projects, to be proactive, help the dialogue between the parties, because it's a dialogue, it's a common interest, and it's not antagonistic as very often we perceive that we go to the bank and these guys say, oh, horrible, very difficult, and so no, you have common interest in that. The interest is that the project happens, but of course the interest of both parties have to be looked after, otherwise it doesn't work for one or the other side. If it doesn't work for one of the parties, it doesn't work. So this is what we'll talk today. At the beginning, please. And so that's fine. Oh, yes, please, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. So This is the condense of today's presentation. What are the sources of equity capital? Because if the banks require own capital invested in the project, and we discussed that that's necessary, we should discuss briefly what sources of equity capital, who are investors in the project, what are their main characteristics, and under what constraints they operate. This is the side of the investors. And the funding of existing versus new assets, which is also you can update your equipment in the factory, for example, or you can buy entirely new piece of equipment. So that's things to discuss. Privatization will not discuss this. Stays there. It's not in the course of that, but our corporate structure of the project and mezzanine finance, if you're interested in find out what it is, it's not applicable in this case, but if we may discuss it, should you wish that, and secondary market and things like that. So let's proceed. So equity is not the legal equity where everybody is equal. Let's say equity. I teach at university and I teach lawyers on finance. And when you say equity, they imagine equity. Yes. They imagine equity is how everybody is equal and so on. No. Equity in this case in finance is the own capital, or the portion of your own capital which you invest in a country. It's called equity. Capital. Really? And from where you get that, and this is the most expensive capital, equity. Never forget that. For the owner of a project, or for the people promoting the project sponsor, equity is the most expensive capital. Because it's the most difficult. This is your own money. You save them. And you have to invest and reinvest them. So they're the most expensive, the most valuable money. Because you have them today, not in the future. You have them today. And they're the most valuable, the most expensive money. So equity is a difficult thing. And expensive. So when you get it, this is your savings from your operations. The factory works, you save some capital, and you want to invest this capital in the new project, which will be more efficient, will generate more cash, and you will be off better on in future. That's the point. So retain profits, obviously, and equity subscription. That's interesting thing. That they capital companies and so on which provide equity. And you can say, look, I want to invite you to participate in my project. You share the project with somebody. And of course, you share the profits as well. So you have to be very careful, and we'll look at the model. What would be that? Because the bank tells you you need to invest 20 or 30% capital. So we can see that you're committed to this project, and you don't have this money, and you want to invite someone to help you with that. And this is usually expensive, because these people, if you give them 50% of equity in the project, that's it. If for future you have to share all the profits on the project. So if your rate of return is whatever 70%, 20%, 50% of this profit will go to the equity providers. And for big projects, this works like that. But for small projects, you have to be very careful. Not you, but the people who promote the project. And one thing which I would like to emphasize, I don't know, I rely on the banks here to help me with that, is the in-kind contributions. I mentioned this. I mentioned this yesterday, that not only fresh money, capital, we count the donors and say, this is, you asked me for 50,000 euro in, we provide this 50,000 in cash now. Very often, the project will not happen if you don't have the infrastructure and it's a cost, otherwise you have to buy it. This is, for example, you have your own transformer. And this is not cash, but it's valuable because otherwise you have to purchase it. And then the bank says, all right, the value of this is to buy a new one is cost so much, and we'll count this as your equity portion. This is called in kind. I don't know how it's I don't know how it's called in Macedonia, but it's called in kind contribution. It's a portion of equity provided in a form of land, equipment, infrastructure, which are necessary for the project. And they count it against your contribution. That's called in-kind contribution. And I suppose you have practice like that. Yeah? Do you count building, land? For example, if somebody comes to you and says, look, we're going to build a solar power plant. And we need a piece of land. And I have this land. I'll provide it as my contribution. And the value of the land is whatever. So this is my equity contribution. Do you practice that here? No, I'm asking Stephanie and Lina. They're the bank. They have to tell us. You have the practice like that.
With practice.
Yes, you have that. Okay, thank you. So that's common. It's a common, yeah, it's a common, but I don't know. I have to ask. One thing is to assume something. Other thing is to be certain of that. I assume it's the case, but it's better to confirm. So thank you very much. So that's the important source of equity cash. Because it can of course go here, which I'm going now to quasi equity. Quasi is something which looks like equity. It's not equity, but plays the role of equities. Greek word quasi. Which is like equity. It's exactly what it means, like equity. And this type of thing is, you can provide this, it's not equity, but it's a preference shares. Americans can say, okay, will give you preference shares, it pays higher dividend, issue shares, the project. Because big projects are financed like that, issue shares. And you want to give these people even more bigger portion than the nominal value of their shares, because it gives them some advantages. Higher dividend. This pays higher dividend, but they have a restricted rights to vote, to get involved in management and so on, but they get higher. So this is one way to provide. Another thing which you discuss later if you're interested, I don't think it's applicable here. I don't think you go and borrow, but possibly you can go and get money from another bank as your capital. Of course, this other bank, not Sparkas, but somebody else, will charge you a lot more than the senior debt, which is in the project, which is you're the senior lenders. But somebody may come and you ask them for 50,000 euro and they say, I don't have 50,000 euro. I'll go to Renewable bank or whatever is there, some other Macedonian bank or whatever financial facility, and ask them for money, and they provide you some equity. in form of debt. It's not, it's a debt, but because it's subordinated to the senior lenders. Because if something happens, senior lenders, they have the first call, full time to get assets, to get the project contracts and everything, which is pledged. Because you pledge something, as a security, your contract, land, and so accounts, and so on. They are pledged to the senior lender. The secondary lender, mezzanine, they are called subordinated lender, they'll get less, if anything. Because when you call, for example, default, and you possess the project, and senior lender gets a first right. And other lenders, this subordinated mezzanine, whatever it is, well, they have rights to get whatever is left. But there's not much left. So they get much higher risk. They are very valuable. But for change of that, they charge a much higher interest rate. Usually, now the practice in international finance is these mezzanine lenders, subordinated lenders, they get the same. They charge the interest rate, which is what you get in the project. If your rate of return is calculated to be 20%, they'll charge you 20%. It's the same. It's and equity, by the equity, they want the same. So it's expensive, but it's important because without that money, you cannot do the project. So when you calculate in a model, you have, or you acquire, here, go and borrow secondary, to go mezzanine. Secondary loan to complete its equity, we have to consider what they will charge you. They will charge you, but it's important because without that money, well, might be expensive, and not much. Because usually equity, I don't know what percentage they'll last, but it's 20–30%. And the mezzanine lender will, for this 37%, they'll provide 30–50% max. So it's 10–15% of the project. It's not much more expensive, but it completes the finance because the project has to have how much money you need, how much money you have arranged, equity and debt, they have to match because nobody will find this project that doesn't have enough money at the start. You need 1 million to do it, and you should have arranged 1 million from your own funds and from the bank. If you don't have that, finance is incompleted, and it can fail. So this is too much, and even it's expensive, you better make it. So that's the one way to do. Another option raise is equity. And I'm not here most of big projects, I don't know for small. But for big projects, you have this debt to equity swaps. For example, this was a very nasty trick. A lot of things privatized, what they call it, in Russia, area. So this equity swaps, they provide you a debt and say, if you don't pay, we'll convert this to equity. Because now the bank provides you the loan, not you. You understand that? Provides you the loan, your project owner provides you the loan and says, oh, but you cannot pay it. Okay, don't worry, we'll convert this to equity. To ownership, because they don't. They have right of first ranking mortgage is called. But they don't have ownership of the projects. But because you cannot pay them back because the currency moved up or whatever, or down, and you're short. They said, don't worry, don't pay us. Whatever is due to us, we'll convert it to equity. So suddenly the bank gets a portion of your project as owners. And gradually, if you cannot pay, they go to your own project. Swap it from debt to equity. So they became owners. And after they sell the project, and if the project is okay, they make some money and you're left with nothing. There you are. It worked. But in these in normal circumstances, debt to equity is an option. They say that part of the debt we provide, we consider it as equity, stock it, and the project finances it.
That is not the case here. We don't have that kind of
You don't have.
here. Yes, it was long time ago with the state-owned companies.
Yes, yeah.
Some of the shares were given to the banks, the government.
I'm just saying that this, I hope with this phase of bandit capitalism is gone now, but just to let you know. It is. But this is an option, definitely an option to come to that equity. Any questions otherwise? Please do ask something. As the worst thing is I just talk and nobody asks anything. So thank you for intervening. And we continue another sources of equity. Don't be surprised that I take too much time on equity. Equity is very important, very often. And the big projects, this is the major issue. People don't have the capital, and it's a very important thing. You have to provide some capital. Nothing works like that. You go and borrow all the money, and the bank takes all the risk, and the project owners just enjoy the nice dividends coming. It never works like that. And it shouldn't work because then the owner of the project is not committed. They don't care. If you get all the money from the bank takes all the risk. Why bother? I don't care. I'll drive my Bentley and smile nicely. But so you need to provide capital. Capital is a vital thing, and this is why we try to explain this. So one big source of equity capital is the equipment suppliers. They say, all right, we'll provide you the equipment. You don't need to pay it now, immediately. We'll find arrangements in future to get our money because they're interested to sell something. They're interested to sell. And one thing is to go and to sell something and participate in tenders and whatever, where the winning the tender is very, not certain. Right? But I say, look, we're not here equipment suppliers, we're owners of the project. So we provide part of the equity. Our equipment, because the project is not only we provide, we participate to 50, 60, 70%. We provide equity to the project. Thank you very much. We're here as equity suppliers. So they secure the project without tenders, without anything, because they provide vital thing in the project. They provide the equity. And you go together with the project owner, the equipment supplier is his partner with 60% of the equity. And you go to the bank and say, yes, we have. How much capital you need? 30%, yes, we have it. The equipment is provided here as part of the equity.
But in that case, again, the equipment has to be paid.
Of course you pay,
It will have big influence on the cash flow.
of course.
The bank has to know to have
The
the,
bank doesn't care what happens to payments.
yes.
No, the bank, how you pay equipment is his owner. He may get all the dividends for himself until you pay your equipment.
Usually the bank doesn't want to enter in such project because it's a high risk for the bank because everything will not be paid. And in that case, the priorities of the owner may not be to the installment, but to equity repayments.
Oh, no.
And there will be delays.
No. Actually, the bank faces less risk because the equipment is there. So they don't care for that. Because a major part of the project is equipment. So it's there, it's installed, it operates. And the bank always has the first call on any money on the project. First call. Matter, we will discuss term sheet later. No, the bank has a first call. If they don't pay their debt, the bank comes and says, give me the progress. So now it's.
When you go take and to sell the equipment, everything, the price is different. You know, when you go to buy a car on the public bidding in bailiff and the open market, of course you want to get discount 50% when you go to buy from bailiff.
It's the same. It's the same because equipment, when you sell it on tender, for example, you provide a higher price. Your real price without your margins is less. So you'll get cheaper equipment, actually. So this benefits the bank because their risk is smaller. You'll borrow less. And if something happens, they don't pay them, one gets the project and sells it. So it's not, banks are clever, don't worry about it.
Maybe,
Not stupid.
maybe in Britain, but.
Maybe not. So that's a very often this is the case. Because now the equipment supplier, if they have now staying power, it's very important to stay in the project because they don't want the money now. They can get their money in 2-3 years' time. It's called staying power. You have power to stay in the project, not to get the money you need. You desperately need to be paid now. This is how they go bid and overbid and underbid. But here you have the equipment with a lot of capital. They make a lot of money and they want to sell equipment. They sell the equipment and they can wait 3 years to get their money back. They don't care. But they sold it. Otherwise, they will never get this project. So they're prepared to stay for a few years in the project. And from point of view of the owners, it's not so bad actually. In the first few years, they'll be paid almost nothing. But after that, the equipment supplier gets his money, whatever is the cost of the equipment, not the cost plus margin, but the cost of the equipment, and they're out. And the loan goes and pays to the bank, which may be longer bit. And after that, the project is yours. He invests very little money. And you have the project. And then after another 10 years or 15 years operating, 10 years, for example, just all the profit everybody wants to. It's not so bad. So the equipment suppliers are very often in the game. not sometimes not overtly clear. Do you understand that? They're not advertising this. They're behind the scenes. They're saying, okay, we'll provide you, we establish some company, sure, whatever, which is called Peremitevsky. Nobody knows it, and they are behind that. They're behind that. They say, and it's even very often, this I shouldn't say this to the banks, but very often it's another game which these type of companies, I don't want to share this on the internet, but I will tell you after that how you do project without equity. How the risk taken by the banks, unknowingly. But that's not so. That's a public discussion. When we have a coffee, I'll tell you that. So another source, a similar mode is the operators and utilities. Some utilities participate in that. And they want to get, I don't think this is the case here, but in some for large energy projects, very often the utilities are part of the project and they provide workforce, so on. I can show some examples. And they are part of the in-kind equity or equity providers. Developers and around, this is interesting. Then you go there and you find someone who is prepared to participate in the project. Entrepreneur. He says, okay, I'll come. You give me, I'll give you 50% of the equity, but you'll give me 70% of the shares. How it works. And yes, you participate, you give them, and they partner. Because very often big projects are developed by smaller company. They go develop the project. It's difficult, time consuming, very risky. You have to go secure all the permits and all these things, politics around the project. You arrange that. But you need equity. It comes to that. You come to structure the project. The bank says you need to provide 30%. The projects are big. They usually have hundreds of millions euros or whatever, big project. And you go after that to such people, or funds here, private investment funds. And you go there and say, look, I need equity participation. They say, okay, all right, we'll come. The project seems to be okay. We'll provide equity. And we'll give you some shares for your efforts. You spend the efforts, we'll give you some shares. And the project for developers are happy with that, the initial developers of the project. And the serious investors with the money, the funds and so on, they step in and provide the equity, some equity in a big project. So this is 200, 300, 500 million project finance. Equity they provide. Big money. And so they're the owners of the project. And the initial developer gets some 10% or something like that for the efforts, which is valued nicely because they spend efforts to develop the project. But yes, I have this. Another thing is, which I don't think is applicable here, but very often you go to development banks and ask them to provide equity. EBRD also provides equity to projects. They deem this C-type loan is called, participation in equity, and nice project which has feature. In your case, for example, they get equity in banks in Macedonia, which is also equity investment. So yes, development bank. There is a big advantage to use development banks in big projects. Not in this case here, not in this case, definitely not. But we're talking generally now in big projects, development, using development, but very laborious, very time intensive and very slow process. But when you get institution like EBT or FMO, different Proparco in France, and these development banks, it's quite advantageous actually, very slow, very difficult, but quite advantageous because then you have participation of important state-supported institution. So when this lessens your political risk, because very often you have this political risk, local government wants to get some money and so on. When you have an institution like EBRD there, this is much more difficult because nobody wants to cross them. But the government doesn't want to cross international banks. It's not a wise idea. They do, but it's much more difficult. And so this is why very often in big projects, part of equity or participation development banks. They call them development financial institutions, DFIs, and this is why they participate. This is for general culture, sorry, it's not applicable to our case. Private companies, you go privately, tell them. No? IPO is initial public offering for some projects, not here, not in this case, small projects, but in the big projects, you offer shares. Initial public offer is called, you offer shares, sell shares of your projects on the market. In the market, you go to the exchange in Macedonia and issue shares and the people subscribe, buy the shares, and this is your capital. And after that, you have shareholders and you pay them dividends of your project. This is applicable to big projects, obviously, but it's an option which I have to mention. And bonds, I mentioned bonds, you issue bonds, you promise to pay bond interest on the bond, and the people go and buy bonds, and the process is implemented, brings you a lot of money, and in whatever is the time of the bond, you pay the bond back to bondholders, and you have your project. And not applicable in this case, but I did show you bonds. That's all. Any questions on that? Most of the things are not applicable, but these things are applicable. These things are definitely applicable. If equipment supplier wants to participate in the project, that's perfectly possible to do. So these things are definitely. How will you TV not to this? Just press any button. Any button. Okay, button. Thank you. Okay, so any questions on these equity sources? So equipment suppliers, operators, and you can go also to other bank or to other partners, yeah, to raise equity money. Now, it's one question. An example, equity, 20%, 80%. And this equity, part of the equity is provided by mezzanine equity, subordination. And now, what's the gain here? What's the gain here? The bank would like you to provide as much equity as possible, because for them this is no risk. Banks, is your own capital, the bank risks less because they'll provide less loan. Your interest here, however, is you to provide as little equity as possible, so the bank takes more. That's what I wanted to say here. Is it true? It is true, yes. If the client comes with 50% equity, great. But the client wants to provide 10% equity and the bank takes 90%. So that's how the equation works. And yeah, so very simple, but this is how it works. Both sides. And now this is just a repetition now. This is all the measures used by investors, which we discussed yesterday. You remember the payback period, net present value, and not going to be financially efficient, I know that. But all these things are used to by the investors. Don't forget, the bank doesn't care for your net present value at all. At all. This is the investor who looks in. When I'll get my money back, I invest some money. When I'll get them back, I back. What is actually the value of this future money in 10 years or 15 years time? What is the value for me? Now, I invest in money now. I invest in 24,000 now. I want to see what's the value of this in 10 years time. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years time. This is the net present value. Discounted, some discount rate you have chosen, depending on your circumstances. So this is only the investors. Don't forget that. This is the investors. The bank doesn't care for that. The bank, as you'll see later, cares that their money are paid. This is what, because if they're not paid, Stephanie will be in trouble because say, how you approve this stupid law? We're not paid. We're in bad loan. So that's it. Don't go and explain the bank what is your NPV. The bank doesn't care at all. Your NPV. It could be zero. They don't.
Question.
Yes.
About, can you say something about maybe other countries, maybe in England, how it goes with the collateral? For example, it's a balance sheet financing, not project financing, because we don't use here project financing.
No.
But balance sheet financing, what is the value of the collateral in terms of leverage for the investment?
Yes. Yeah.
What do they require in general?
What do they require?
For investments that are, let's say, high investments, 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, things like that.
Usually the value of the collateral is counted, depends what it is. For example, it's assets.
Yeah.
Fixed assets, there's buildings, land, whatever. They require that if they evaluate, there's independent evaluator goes, they evaluate that. It's assessors, and they value this at 1 million. And the bank then discounts that because they assume, probably, that if these things sold under duress, problems, project fails, the bank calls the equity, they have to sell this building or this power plant. Of course, when you sell it to the fire sale, the value is price. The price is not so high, obviously. So they ask 1.25 times. For example, your equity is you borrow money, your loan is 1 million, as you said. They'll ask assets between current value between 125, sometimes to 2, depending of the asset. So 2 times. So they will ask as a collateral assets of value of 2 million, current value. Because when you sell it in distress, the value of course goes down. And not the value, but the price goes up. Price goes down, and they will want to be sure because the banks are not in business of running power plants or owning buildings or land. What to do with that? And they have to sell it. And there are specialized companies dealing with that, but they require between 125 to 2 times the price of the. I don't know what's the practice here. I have no idea. You have such requirements?
Yes.
Yes.
Here depends by
Yes, what?
bank and by client, by their risk policy, but usually the more liquid collateral is apartments, usual typical buildings, and some specific machines cannot be taken with
Yes.
1.2.
Yes, obviously, yes, yeah, yes, yeah. But yeah,
Usually, as you said, usually the banks is looking what will be the price if it is sold by public bid.
so yes, very similar thing.
If you have apartment, it's that.
Is that?
It's almost the same.
Yes, Mamat, yes, obviously, yes, yes. But equipment which is fixed and can be used only for that, of course, doesn't have this value. So not fast forward.
The equipment problem is depreciation, that's why you.
Exactly, yes. No, this is very similar. The banking is not invented yesterday. It's just a long time ago, started in Italy. So the rules are more or less the same since then. It's nothing, not much new invented.
In Europe, those kinds of investment was possible because there was many European programs. They put it out. That's why if without European money, they will not succeed in doing too much. in this.
But we discussed that. I'm not going to repeat it. If you have something, whatever to ask, please do ask. But this is again, internal rate of return. This is when the NPV gets zero. You remember when I put what was the IRR of the project on equity? Then of course, NPV gets to zero. It's the rule. So which IRR to use? That's it. That's an important thing I want to repeat. Which one? Revenues. Sometimes they just look at the revenue. Revenue. But we have there how we count CapEx, capital costs, and management and operation. It's not very much difference here, but the economic IRR, this is the project IRR, the whole thing IRR, including some other broad economic costs. But this is, as we discussed, what a part will count this. Because they have economic costs and so on. Right? How to discount this for the, shall we include the inflation? Remember, I updated the salaries and so on of the workers as with inflation. And yes, we have to include the inflation. Include the inflation there. And the most important thing for the owner, because this is, here we're not dealing with government, big projects and so on. Here we have a private investor who wants to put some money and make a project happen, and so his children can enjoy the benefits of it. So you look at the equity. That's the most. This is economic one is for government projects. They want to see the economic data. Here we have the equity IRR, and that's how we measure it. And in the example model I provided, we look at the equity, which is the applicable in this case. Any question on IRRs? Everybody speaks about IRR. Whoever knows what it is, doesn't know, says IRR. So that's the measured for the investor. I want to emphasize that it's measured for the investor, not for the bank. The bank have the IRR. It's called interest rate. This is the IRR.
Should be higher.
They count their risks, they count whatever, and they say, we'll charge you 8%. That's it. This is the IRR. They don't care what's the inflation, this is the IRR. So we'll come to that because next one of the banks, but now we're discussing the investor side. So we use equity IRR. This is meaning you actually return on your money. You invested money in the equity and you want to see the return on that, not on the overall project because it's not. So here is example which you can look at your leisure. Obviously, how the present value. As if you remember, in 5 years' time, because you pay loans, actually, in the model, was very little. The NPV was negative because you pay loans. You don't get much dividends or anything because everything goes to pay the loans. So in these initial years, the present value is actually negative. So this is why you have to look at long term. When it's 15 years, I may show you the model if you wish, if you remember. In the first 5 years, negative.
You saw it yesterday.
Shall I?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, yes. I don't mind to show you the model. Yeah, and the NPV is negative because you service loans and that's it. But after that, after you pay your money, after you pay your loans, this is where and the present value increases because then you have cash flow, free cash flow to get your return on your investment. Shall I show you the model if you wish to or not? Simon?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. Thank you. And here, it's interesting, it's just a very short illustration of to compare the NPV, net present value, and IRR, the two projects, the same investment, -24. You put the money there, and but the cash flow is different. In this project, the first year, nothing. So, but at the end, you get 30,000. Year 4, 30,000. Very nice. Good. So the NPV here shows 10,000. NPV is the discounted 10% discounted the value of this tax. Here, another project is steady. It's a steady project. Again, it costs 4,000. And every year, it starts to provide 10,000. Which project is better?
Project big.
Project big. Why you think it's big?
Because you kept more cash flow at the beginning.
Yes. Thank you. Exactly. Because cash flow at the beginning is discounted and the value is high. If you discount this 10,000 here, that will be almost 10,000. And of course, as NPV shows less, but the return on this is actually high because you get early cash flow. Thank you. Early cash flow, which is more valuable. Early money, they're not in some distant future. They have higher value. Despite that this NPV is higher, the return on the other project is because of the discounting. And this is summary, as I mentioned. You try to get the project owners, the investors, as little equity as possible, and we measure the equity. And very important role is the investment period. Because in 5 years' time, obviously, your IRR will be very bad, very little. And so it plays a role, and of course, the mezzanine equity subordinated debt is an option to supply your equity. More expensive, but and this is the major issues facing the investors here. When we discussed the period, plays a very important role. As you remember in the model we discussed yesterday, in 5 years shows one result, 10 years, 20 years. It depends how long you're going to stay in the project. So, as I mentioned, for me, 20 years, I'll be very, very old if alive. So sorry about that. So probably doesn't work for me. But different investors have different aims, different goals. And so they have to take care of that. But as longer you stay, usually is better. You get better returns. And another thing is thing which we have discussed, dividend policies and availability. In the model, I said I didn't put any policy. We'll discuss this when we discuss the term sheet. But in reality, lenders put constraints because the first thing what they are looking for is that their loans are paid. Their loans are paid. And as we discussed yesterday, you may have some sort of a debt service reserve account, something like that. Because this is the most important thing. And they put things, if you don't meet certain conditions, you cannot have dividends. Except if this is prescribed dividends and so on, like equipment suppliers, you have to pay them. But otherwise, you have restrictions on that. Restrictions. Because the first priority, the first thing is the lenders. Lenders, they have to get their loans back. That's usually.
Contracts, the banks is
Yes.
but the company cannot share dividend without banks approval.
Exactly, yeah, that's it. So this is the constraint which the bank imposes on dividends. But this is an issue to discuss, okay? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So one other thing is here, I don't think it's applicable, is currency convertibility, currency risks. In some countries, because we used to invest in some risky places, the government says, no, you cannot take dollars out of the country. You cannot take your money. Invest in a project in, I don't say the countries, but somewhere in Asia, and the government says, sorry. No, the money they have to stay there. Imagine, but you invested your dollars from abroad, so your money stay now somewhere in Africa. What do you do with that? So they went to such tricks like buying something, commodity, and exporting it, complicated things. Or they don't allow the money to be converted because they don't allow. You provided a loan, for example, or equity in dollars, but you have to take Nigerian naira. What do you do with it? In the country, it cannot be exported out. It's not the case here, so it's Macedonia, but just to tell you that such things exist. You haven't project risk, yes, you have project risk. They're related, they're in the project, And you have to, of course, take care of that. And this is, as we discussed yesterday with the matrix there, is allocation of risk, who takes what risks. No party of a project should take a risk which they cannot manage. It sounds general, but for example, you bought a Siemens turbine. Would you take the risk of non-performance of the turbine? No. It's taken, it should be allocated to the party, which is, in this case, the provider Siemens. Through the company which installed the turbine and so on, because they have to make sure that it's installed properly. And ultimately, this risk should go to the party which is able to manage this risk, which in this case is Siemens. Through the contractual structure should be allocate the risks of the parties properly. Don't take risks you cannot manage. Like, as I mentioned, performance of turbine has to be there. But performance of solar panels in this case. Whoever supplies and installs, they take the risk. It should be in the contract. With the warranties, with the guarantees, with the periods of, this should be there. If something happens, you go to them. You go to them. So the bank will not take the risk of panels not working properly. The owner of the project, investor, shouldn't take a risk of panels not working. In the contractual setting up, all these risks should be allocated to whichever party is. In this case, the manufacturer. The manufacturer through the contractor which installs. And now, here's an interesting thing. I don't know what's the practice here, so I don't know. So it sounds fine as the project. All right, everything is signed. Shareholders agreements, everything is signed, the project is ready. And you say, oh, the funds are available. First operational. Who pays when? For example, the first thing is to pay 25% to the contractor to install your panels. So this is the practice. Who pays this first 25%? So here's the investor, first equity first, because they're different. One is pro rata, proportion. So the bank, for example, this is 100,000 first payment, and the bank has 80% loan, 20% equity, so the bank pays 80,000 and you pay 20,000. This is called pro rata proportion. Some cases is the equity first is called, as you mentioned. The investor pays 100,000 and whatever comes after that is the loan. I don't know what's the scheme, but there are different schemes to pay. So, but generally there are two pro rata, proportional, or equity first. I don't know what's the practice here, but that's the construction period. I don't know what's here. Is equity first or proportional payment? You don't know. All right. This is your department which deals with that. Yes. Should be department. Yes. Okay. But yeah, those are the two main schemes. Equity first, so they pay the, and after the equity is finished, exhausted, the banks has to pay. This is equity first, and the other one is proportion. Whatever is due is 80-20. 20% equity, 80%. Now, one thing is, if you're equity investor, how to exit the project. That's a very important thing. Because it's not so simple. The debt, the bank can sell the debt. Or through innovation to say, look, will transfer your loan to, I don't know, pro credits, for example. You can do that, they can do that. It's in the contract, they can do that. For equity, it's much more difficult because project specific and somebody, you want to sell equity portion, exit the project. You don't want to stay because equity is the money you put into the project and that's it. You don't get this money back. You get your return through dividends. It's the only way. Dividends, and then you sell whatever is remaining of the project as a residual value. But equity, throw the money in. Bank is different. They provide money and they get paid back. But equity, just put the money and the project is there. Since the panels, whatever. So how you exit the project? If you're an investor, not this entrepreneur and so on. So you say, oh yeah, I have to stay in this project now for 25 years. It's too long. Can I just, I want 5 years is now the project operates well. I want to get out. I want my equity back and I want to do something else. And it's a secondary market. You can go and sell your equity. Very difficult. But this is for big projects, it's such secondary market, issue shares and so on. For a small project, that's very difficult. So, you know, when you're in, it's usually very difficult to sell your equity, especially a small project and get out. But these people and these people, they have, this is one of the issues, matters which for equity investors is a major thing, because very often you have also lender constraints. They tell you, no, you cannot just sell your equity to somebody else. So it has to be.
Usually in all smaller projects here, you have to give personal guarantee.
Yes.
To the loan. And so you cannot give guarantee.
Yes. That's exactly.
It has to be with
Yes.
agreement with the bank.
Agreement, so you have lenders. And these things are not applicable here. The availability of investment, insurance, I don't think equity. In big projects in foreign countries, it's difficult to take insurance that your equity will not be taken away, privatized and so on. So also foreign countries, we have these special purpose vehicles, offshore companies and so on. This is for tax efficiency, not applicable here, so I'm not talking about that. And of course, you have this mezzanine, of course, you have the lender constraints of can you use such loans? Would the bank accept mezzanine loan as equity? So this is also some things which have to be discussed with the bank. Any question on that? So very just to repeat it, was equity and debt, separated debt or shares. Reason is you limit shareholders' exposure to liabilities. Tax efficiency is very important for not here, but in international projects. It's important. And I mentioned also that equity swaps. We discussed that. It's also one thing which. And now we'll go to you now. Now you have to take more active position, because now we'll discuss from lenders' point of view. This was the investors, NPVs, IRRs, equity. This is the investors. the owners, the investors. Now we're discussing the lenders. And the lenders are important, obviously, because they make the project possible because they provide the bulk of the money. Not capital, but the money. And it's a very briefly repeat again, what's time? What is said for the lenders and what, under what constraints they operate. Don't think that the banks can do whatever they want. Never works like that. Even the governments cannot do whatever they want. It's somebody else top of them. And in the banks now, they have a lot of restrictions, a lot of regulation, a lot of compliance. Lots of banks, they have no compliance department bigger than the banking department. Because it's what they do. They have to obey all these rules and regulations of the central bank, of the European, whatever board, of Basel III committee and so on. So it's a lot of regulation. So they don't operate freely. And for big projects, also interbank. Because there is a rule that the banks have constraints as well, as I mentioned. A single project is usually in a big single project, the bank can take only a certain portion. We believe it was 35% in a single project, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not sure.
It's not sure.
So I don't work on this.
Yeah, but usually it's something like that. So you have to syndicate the loan. So you have to go together with other banks, other financial institutions to syndicate to arrange the main arranger of the loan, to arrange the banking participation. And what they have, what procedures and what the lenders require in the project. Sorry. The same, absolutely the same. Debt and equity. And the question is, why the lenders are so risk averse? They don't like risk at all. At all. You're an investor, you take risk to do this project. Obviously, you have to deal with governmental officials, local officials, land, connection, utilities, roads, fire brigade, all these things. You take risk, obviously, to make some. Lenders, however, don't need to do that, but they're very, 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 very risk averse. Okay. They're notorious for that. And we have to discuss why banks are so risk averse. So you don't blame, we go to them and don't blame them. How you can not make perfect project, why you don't want to invest in it?
They do not work with own money, they work with.
Yes, yeah. So.
The equity of the banks compared with the total loan portfolio, it's minuscule.
Yes, correct. Thank you, exactly. But here I am not to go now, but this is a typical project, corporate accounts of a bank. You have tangible investments, current assets, and so on. This is typical. This is called corporate account or loss sheet. And we have it's the project company. I'm not going now to discuss, but you have revenues, operating costs, and how you calculate net profit, and dividends, and so on. This is corporate. Now, lending banks, the balance sheet is different. The profit and loss account in comparison to the company, as you can see, is different. Their thing is interest received the capital. This is what we need theoretically. Depositors. And these depositors have money. And you do projects like yours here. And they get some interest. Is the interest. And then they have fees and commission. Because of interest rates were close to zero in recent years, now the banks from interest, because they don't get much interest, they start to charge more fees and commissions. Which is very sad now, the banks charge more in fees and commissions than the interest rates on the loans, because it's very small. And they deal with currencies and so on, for dealing profits. And they have administrative expenses. This is the nice building that the bank is. Have you got nice building? Yes, I have. This is your administrative. So this is the operating profits. And now we discuss the provisions here. The minus, yeah, provisions. Losses, we have loss, provisions, and the loss is a loss, yeah? And then you have to pay tax, obviously. Sorry?
Dealing,
No, I mean, yes. And this is a province, and they pay dividends to the shareholders of the bank, and they have retained profit. This is the typical profit and loss account. Simplified, obviously, but. So, and it's their balance sheet, similarly. Right, and they have the liabilities and deposits. Customer accounts, liabilities, they have capital. Paid share capital, share premium, and the relation of the reserves, and profit loss account reserve. Okay, now. You notice that the main risk for the bank, not in this case, but in this case, can you get a credit line from another bank, you just like that. But theoretically,
in this case, the credit risk is taken by the bank, not by.
oh yeah, the credit, I'm not talking about credit risk, I'm talking for the money. But capital liabilities. Now, you have a liability to your depositors in a normal case. You go and borrow from the bank. And but depositors are very fickle. They can change their mind. They need to this case country that this bank is doing very bad. Coordinated at the time, by the way, this case, but they say no, this bank is. So the depositors go queue in front of the bank and get their deposits out. And the bank is going to run on the bank. The bank collapses. Because it's not capital. You don't have capital. You don't have capital. Because they take the deposits, they don't have capital. The ratios are going collapsing, liquidity and so on, and the bank is gone. Run on the bank. It happens, even in the UK, it happens. In 2008, run on the bank. Bank is gone. And so the bank converts very short money, because the depositors can draw their funds at any time. Very short money. To long money, because they provide loan for 10 years. But the depositors can get their money any day. So they convert this very short money to long money 10-year loans. And this is this is the basic risks for the bank. The risk averse because they convert short money to long money. If they take this risk that this project, these depositors will stay there for 10 years. So they can provide you money, which they'll get in 10 years' time. And this is a big risk, which is underappreciated, because other risks are very clear. Yeah, risk like the project may collapse, they'll get bad debt, so that's clear. But this is the basic risk, which you don't see. That the banks convert short, very short money to long money. Long money to provide long-term loans. And you remember, in private banks and so on, if you go, at some points, maximum loan was 1 year, that's it. And now if you go to a private bank, private project, private banks provide you with a loan maximum of 3 years, something like that, is the case here. Private loans, if you go to a bank and you want to do something for project, not mortgage, project, to invest in thing, the money is short because they're very risky. So that's the basic risk of the bank. And the banks are very risk averse because they deal not to their money, they buy money on the market. They don't spend their capital. It's called tier 1 capital. They don't spend this capital. It stays deposited with the central bank or in some assets. And this is their core capital, the tier 1 capital, which always have to be protected. Because otherwise, if you spend this capital, put it in projects or something like that, invest in loans, their ratios immediately will alert the central bank, and they'll come knocking on your door and say, look, what's this? Your liquidity ratio is very bad. Huh? You can't do that. You have to go and raise more capital from subscription. So you go, your shareholder say, look, I need more money. I need more money, give me. And that's not an easy option. So the banks don't spend their core capital. They buy money from the markets. The markets, they go get from other banks. In London, it's called Libor. Here it's called Skibor. So they buy money on the market. And of course, they have to be very careful that. So they're very risk averse, logically. I have very short things for just to explain the position of the bank. I'm not going to detail that. 1 million they lend, and they have capital adequacy rules, this is Basel III, and they have to say they have this special provision. So it depends on what weighting is there. They have to keep some of it to match this 8% this case risk. And sovereign risk, this is when sovereign is the state. So you buy German bonds, for example, or governments, Macedonia, then this risk is 0. But private lending is 100% or 80%, depending on the type of the borrower. This is different ISA ratings, ISA rating companies, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, so they give this. AAA is the European Investment Bank, for example. It's AAA rated, and then we'll get it for 0 rating. Yes. Yeah. And if you have a B, it's B will be, I think, Turkey, but you have to provide 50% loan. You have to have much higher provision. And so this is just to show that the banks are not, it's not that easy. You just go and lend money and sit there and collect the money. That's under a lot of supervision. They have to make provisions that this loan may not work, that these clients are risky, and this is for big clients. For example, EBRD has AAA rating. They protect it strongly because if you fall, then what's the result of that? If you have a lower rating and you go and buy money on the market, they'll charge you more because you're riskier. And so you have to protect, EBRD has the ability to borrow money cheaply on the market. While lesser bank, lesser credit rating will have to pay more and they're more expensive, less competitive because they have to charge more. So for finance, of course, these things make your lender without rating. Without rating, you don't have. Most of the lenders here don't have any rating because rating costs money, of course, and small borrower, they don't have any rating. So they have they have to provide very high provision, which means asset. And the banks have to obey these rules, otherwise the supervisor Central Bank of Estonia impose restrictions and penalties. So the banks are not pressure. They're not just, they don't do whatever they want to do fancy doing, but they are under strict regulation. And this makes, of course, the whole illegal. So to be sure that your product works, the bank is looking at different metrics for the lender, for the borrowers. In this case, the investors, this was the net present value or internal rate of return. Here, the bank is interested that you pay whatever you service their loan, you pay their loan. That's that. And the matrix is the service coverage ratio, which means the free cash flow after taxes and so on, divided by the fixed charge is the loan. Loan due. Yes.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, that's
We
pretty.
just communicate the past we work in the local commercial banks. And it was clearly stated that the bank cannot have bigger rating compared with the rating of the country. In that period, Macedonia was BBB minus ratings.
Yes.
Does this rule?
Make more expensive the banks? Yes.
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 Put it in not good position
Yes.
towards the country where they are.
Absolutely, yes, correct, thank you very much, yes, exactly, that, and makes the finance more expensive. Of course, yes, of course, absolutely.
Although the mother company, the mother bank was with AAA rating.
Foreign bank, but here, this is here, and yeah, there is such a, it's not a rule, I think, but it's some sort of, yes,
It's normally when you operate in
yes,
or a risk agent and
Yeah.
market, you may face some risks and you will not face.
not face.
But that is why the same bank doesn't have same interest rate in
Yes.
Something else that is.
But that's the price of
For that reason, exactly,
that's
yes.
the price of the market.
There's a price, yeah, in the cost of living, exactly.
The bank takes the risk of the country.
Of course, yeah, so yeah. For the intervention, thank you. And here is we discussed it out very briefly, net operating profit is the depreciation and amortization is not a cash flow. It's mainly, this is for tax reasons. So this is why it's plus. But you have the operating profit minus the working capital, you have capital expenditure and tax. They pay the tax, obviously. And this is divided by the loan principal plus the interest. The interest, this is the two, what you have to pay. And if you have some dividends and so on, you have to add them. Some companies, they have mandatory, they have dividends which are fixed. And lease payouts, and that. So this is considered as law. So this is the debt service coverage ratio. So they want to see the debt service coverage ratio is more than at least 1. But 1 is very risky, as we saw, of the sensitivity, small changes here and there, weather, snow, this makes it risky. So the bank will not look at debt service coverage of 1, which means you have enough cash to pay your loan. But if something happens, they don't have any protection, any cushion to absorb this risk. So the bank, usually the minimum debt service coverage ratio is 1.2. So they have 20%, but 20% more cash available to service their loan, to be sure that these loans will be serviced, will be paid. Because not paying the loan automatically triggers default. You don't pay. A lot of cases for default, but this is the main one. You don't service your loan. You're in default. The bankers don't sleep, go call, and they have to declare default. I have to immediately invoke all the procedures for default. Oh, that's, and they have to go get this project, the assets of the project, try to sell them. It's just nightmare. So nobody wants that. And you have a project in default. And remember there, all the provisions go immediately. Balance sheet gets worse. So no, nobody wants that. So the bank prefer to have 1.2 is usually the triggering point, is less than that, you're the bad territory. They'll send you very strong letters to warn about that. And so it's the 1.2 is the minimum. Very often they require for riskier countries, for riskier projects and so on, 1.3, 1.5 as a minimum debt service coverage ratio. So this is the metrics. For you as an investor, you see your IRR, how much money you'll make in future from your investment, how much return on each invested dollar you'll make. But for the bank is that you have enough sufficient cash to service your debt. This is the metrics. Don't bother the bank. So you, in the model, you look, if the debt service coverage ratio is below 1.2, you have to do something. You have to ask for longer loan, for something, or provide more equity or something like that. But you have to ensure that they get this minimum 1.2. I don't know what's your requirements. I have no idea. What is the debt service? 1.2. Thank you for that. There you are. Oh, thank you. Okay. So yes, thank you. 1.2 is usually the practice. But for riskier projects, they require because they believe that the project is very vulnerable to influence, is very sensitive to something. Very sensitive.
In the past, we were working microfinance and we were working with two.
Yes, correct. This is
more risky microfinance. Or influence, less capital.
yes,
That's why we were working.
two
And then very precise analysis regarding incomes and outcomes.
outcomes. Yes, yes.
Quite precise cash flow.
Cash flow.
Unofficial.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. That's exactly. The risk here, obviously, 1.2 is. And so. Lender measure, this is the problem. A life cover ratio, I mentioned that. You don't do it here, I don't think it's applicable, but this is for the life of the project. The life of the project, they want to see, for example, the project is 10 years. And the bank wants to see in 10 years, their loan, they provided 1 million. Your limit for 10 years.
Yes, 1 million is.
Yes, 1 million for 10 years. See that the cash flow in future will be more than 1 million. Because if it's less than 1 million, 10 years time, the total cash flow, they'll have probably will not be able to service the loan. So this is called loan life coverage ratio. This is the NPV, the net present value of the future cash flows. Divided by the value of the outstanding debt. And what is the discount rate? NPV requires discount rate. What's the discount rate? The interest rate of the bank. There's the discount. Because the future cash flows will be discounted with the interest. The interest. So the interest rate is discount rate.
Or you can say differently. If from the point of view of the bank, you will have to have enough money to pay the principal plus the interest.
The interest, exactly.
But to increase the.
Yes, but because mathematically it's there, yeah. You should have enough money to pay your principal and interest. Yes. Principal and interest, the discount rate is the interest bank would charge. So this is another metrics which I don't think in this case will be used, but just to let you know. So again, the same. The bank will ask for more equity, you ask the bank for more debt. Whichever works. And typical, it's very interesting that what is the debt equity requirements by the banks to different types of projects so we deal. We think that hotels are very nice and profitable business. They're extremely reasonable. Yeah, really, I had colleagues working on the hotel business. And I was surprised myself, because I never dealt with finance of hotels. And you assume, oh, it's nice, hotel, they'll come and pay. Actually, it's a very, very risky business. Very risky, one of the riskiest business. And they expect high rewards, but it's very risky. The minimum occupancy, TBD, we're looking at you have to have 75%. 75% of the hotel should be booked. Very high ratio.
Very low return of equity.
A very low return. Very slow. You need a
Stable but slow.
You need a staying power, so you have to prepare that.
Yeah, that's why we don't have very
for years. Yes, exactly. So 50-50, the minimum equity will require 50%.
If you want to 5 minutes.
Young capital. Yeah. Industrial policy usually the standard rate is 70-30.
70 is equity.
70 is debt. Equity.
That makes sense.
This is means debt to equity.
Okay.
Versus the debt. And 70%, 70-30 is the standard for industrial projects. Infrastructure is 75-25 because of the low paying. Also, you have to stay in infrastructure project, they're very slow paying, very stable, slow paying. And power, amazingly, power is a quite profitable, a stable business because everybody needs electricity, for example. So this is a nice commodity. You don't try to sell phones or something like that. Electricity, you need electricity in any case. So this is why the banks are more lenient. They believe that electricity will always pay, so they may agree on 80%. There's the advantages of power. Because without power, we will be dead.
Dilcha, the food is here, so whenever you're ready to wrap up, we can start.
Absolutely, colleagues, thank you for listening. Let's go and have a coffee. Colleagues, I will not spend much time on development bank loans and so on, because here in this particular case of Estonia, in this project, they'll be financed through intermediary banks selected by EBRD. And they will be known to the clients, and to the consultants. So I don't need, but generally, this is, for example, banks which provide a specific type of loans for development.
Yes.
Yeah. So they have preferred, less important than preferred creditor status because they're usually owned by governments and or multilateral like IBRD. So it's worth considering that for difficult projects, but it's not applicable. It's for general information and just to let you know. This also is export credit agency, as I mentioned, very often developing projects abroad. You need these assurances or specific type of loans are guaranteed by usually the state-supported export credit agencies. And they're regulated by the OECD consensus. PERM is called, so they don't undercut each other, they have similar issues. And this is UK Export Finance, COFAS, Hermes, JB, and so on the different export credit agencies. If you're interested, I can give you more information on that, but you can find it on the website. They provide specific type of insurances, usually 85% of the political risks at export value, and they provide risk cover. Risk cover and sometimes solutions. That's for what you buy. But they allow greater flexibility. I don't need to waste much time because this is not applicable, but because this is part of the packages you present for other projects. I have mentioned that. Now, this is a term sheet. For the term sheet, I will spend next hour, for example, looking at term sheet. It may not be applicable to this project. Probably, I suppose the term sheet from this, small loans will be different. I don't know, I haven't seen it, but I'll give you a standard term sheet. What are the terms and conditions? How you divide the responsibilities, and I will discuss this next lecture. But this is very brief. What is a term sheet? Is as what it says on the top of the term sheet. It describes very briefly the terms. When you negotiate a loan, you don't go and negotiating the legal agreement, which is the loan agreement. And I'll show loan agreements later. They're long and convoluted documents written on legalese. legal language, very difficult to read. Most of them are in English law because it's a common law. So based on precedent, so they prefer to be drafted under this law. Are very big documents, so you don't negotiate that legal. You negotiate the terms. It's much shorter. Now for senior debt, it's just 2-3 pages. This is the term sheet. It describes the terms, how much you borrow and so on. Let's discuss this on the next more detailed. Right? But they describe the terms. You negotiate the terms with the bank. You sit and banker from the bank and the borrower, they sit together and negotiate the terms of the term sheet, not the legal loan agreement. Which is, term sheet is not obligatory, it's not, it's just a term sheet describing the terms based on which the lawyers prepare the loan agreement. And this is not, this is here, Islamic banking is not applicable. Barter even, as I mentioned, in some cases, we need to go to barter. Capital markets instruments, this is when you borrow from using capital markets. Capital market instruments and risks. We discussed the risks on the project in the fall. If you remember, they're much more detailed. Here is just a wrap up very briefly, I think. But as I mentioned, the risk is better allocated. Emphasize that, said it before. Better allocated to this party which is best able to carry the risk managed. As I mentioned, turbine performance is guaranteed by the manufacturer. Don't try to carry risk which you can't manage. This is in theory. In practice, unfortunately, the bank which holds the money tries to carry no risk at all and transfer all the risks to the more weaker party. So, as they say, beggars are not choosers. So that's the reality, but in theory, and very often, this practice, the risk is allocated to the party better able to manage it. So due diligence has to be carried out. Obviously, we discussed that before, and this due diligence is determining, from the point of view of the lender, would they finance or not the project? They do due diligence. Due diligence on everything. Actually, as we mentioned before, you remember, from the project sponsors to the reality on the ground. So this due diligence has to be thorough. And you have to pay for it. In big projects, not in this case, but in big projects, you pay for that as a borrower. Somebody has to pay it. The financial risks, there you are. This is the main points on the financial risk. This is the summary of the all things we have discussed. It's interesting, one of the things which you never didn't cover, but briefly, is the cost of equity. As I mentioned that this is one of the most expensive types of capital, your own capital. Theoretically, in the theory, is measured by the risk-free rate. Risk-free rate for many years when I was young. There was, for example, the raise of the T-bills, treasury bills of the United States. Now, if you ask me, now I'm old and I can speak. Mr. Blinken probably will not hear me now. This is one of the most riskiest things. I mean, United States is the most indebted country in the world, in the tune of 33 trillion. Is this a risk-free rating? All right, okay, if you want to take it, please feel free, but I think it's not. But theoretically, this is here is a beta multiplied by the risk equity premium. This is a theory. A beta is a coefficient which shows the correlation between different not connected market equities, which is, you know, nice mathematically and theoretical thing, but in practice, the cost of capital is very individual by investor. And so I wouldn't, anyway, we don't know these things, yeah? But I wouldn't put, you have to determine your cost of capital depending on your circumstances. And how you find it. Again, at present value, we discuss internal rate of return, so discuss it, but this is the main metrics of this. Please feel free to stop and ask questions. I'm just here. Discount rates, we've discussed this.
We discussed yesterday about this.
No, this is just to wrap up it, to, you know, to, I don't need to, so if you have any questions, please do ask, but we have discussed that already. And I show you, is the discount factor, how it's calculated. This is all these things we discussed from investor point of view and from bank point of view. So this is just to again break it down. These things are not, for example, political risk cover and so on, it's not applicable to these projects. But I have to say, because when you finance project, this is one of the considerations. And this is the risk one, pre-completion, completion, technical, financial, legal, political, and so on. If you remember, we looked at this big risk matrices, which is provided in the document, and the guides to prepare a bankable proposal. And this is just summary of that. Insurance is not applicable to this project, but otherwise the lenders, they have to insure their loans. Going to a risky market, they have to insure their loans, so they go to different mechanisms. One is bigger, multilateral investment guarantee agency, which is part of the World Bank group, and they go and secure their loans there. You go and invest in Nigeria, what to take? You'll not insure your loan? Of course you will. You better pay some premium than risk it. So yes, other possibilities are credit agencies and so on, multilateral institutions. So this is the point of view of the lenders, not applicable this case. So that's it what I wanted to say here, how the banks page, and so now we'll go and do something. Friends, I want would you like to discuss equity and the structure of the project now? Legal documentation after the term sheet? After.
You have time on as much as there.
Absolutely. And let me share this. Share
It's not, I don't want to set up professional. Myślisz?
Or increase the size now. Then now
Can we remove that?
please do. I was wondering how to do it. Please.
Don't, that's my bad.
Yes. Thank you very much. I was wondering how to do it. Okay. So this is indicative term sheet, which I've combined the senior and mezzanine debt in one term sheet. Because the bank provides A and B loans in consideration. And just to see how term sheet is structured, what you negotiated it. And after that, I can show you loan agreements. The real, I cannot provide this, but I can show you at least for your consideration how a loan agreement looks like for big projects. Not for this is much simpler. See? But the big projects, I'm trying to give here some financial literacy. See? So this is indicative term sheet. Is between the lender and the borrower. And it describes, I took, this term sheet is for, this is for a gas terminal, liquid natural gas, LNG. And this is in Benin, and covers Benin, Togo, and Ghana. It's a real project. I have to delete the names and so on, just to let you know that this type of project is quite big. It's hundreds of millions. The working facility itself is 250 million because it has working capital. Because sometimes you need for a project to borrow not only the physical cost to build it, but gas facility in this case, without operating capital, you have to buy and sell the gas. You need large operating facility, large operation capital. Some of the projects do not require, but for example, you produce something, your process will produce, you want to buy a machine producing something. Fine, you buy the machine, but if you don't have money to buy the raw materials and so on, it's useless. So you have to borrow money not only for the machine, but operating capital, which is usually revolving. So we have to consider that. And in this case, this term sheet is why I chose this. This has also working capital facility. So you need operating capital. Very often, we neglect things like that, and without operating capital, such an investment will be completely useless. You have large place to these ships to go there, regasify it, and after that, what to do without gas? Business. And if you have a machine, as I mentioned, it will be useless. So this is it. And it describes what's the purpose very briefly. What's the purpose? And you need to do it, and you need a working capital to buy the gas. And parties, the shares and the shareholders, and this is as Bruno asked, is the shareholders, and you describe if one is the CFI% offshore, and you describe the shareholders and how much shares they hold, each of the shareholders. Yeah, and the issuer is the company which provides finance. The sponsor, project sponsor, as I mentioned, is the owner of the thing. And we name it here. And the lenders, yeah, it describes all these things. The lenders and their affiliates. Yeah, to provide a senior working capital and mezzanine. They have everything, yeah? So lenders agree on that. The senior lenders, lenders to the senior loan, and you'll see what are the terms of the senior loan. And after that, working capital, they have separate terms. Working capital is a revolving capital every 60 days. It revolves so the gas. You buy gas, you sell it, you pay the money back, you get new one. So it's a revolving facility. Not applicable in this case, but you never know. You may have a project like that. And mezzanine is mezzanine lenders, which you describe the terms and conditions later on. You have the accounts and you have the loan agent. For big projects, you have a special loan agent which deals with the disbursement and transferring of the money. And very important, lenders legal counsel, the lawyers who at the end, based on this term sheet, will draft the loan agreement contract, which is legally binding. This is not legally binding. It's not agreed on the terms, but legally binding is the loan agreement, which will be drafted. And of course, we have technical advisors, engineers, who have to look at these things which they say are correct. They're very important. They confirm the stages of the projects. Like here, you have verification of this work is done, you can pay it. So these people, the same technical advisors, they're doing that. I've got lenders engineers. They work for the lender in telling, yes, you can disburse the next amount, or the work done, they ask for some money. Yes, this has been done, and it's eligible cost. Eligible cost, and there's a very important role. Advisor, yeah. Let's see. Sorry. Okay. Lender insurance advisor, also the insurance advisors. You have EPC contractor. EPC is engineering procurement contract. EPC. Contractor. And this is because it's a gas, you have LNG, regasification facility supplier who provides the gas is liquid, they have to be regasified and sold to the clients. That's the contractor. And now, of course, you have available resources. This is shareholders amount available. Other amounts needed and contingent liability. Now, one thing which I'll mention and discuss that is the costs. Very often we propose, for example, they tell you, oh, it will cost 80,000. This project, you remember in the model? Yes. A prudent way is to say, look, we have financial and technical contingencies. Because prices change. Inflation, market, political situation, whatever. Yes, so they change. And you have to be careful with that. And very often we include contingencies. Unexpected costs into that. We build it. In EBRD, we had usually 10% financial costs, contingencies, and 15% technical contingencies. Because you do something, you don't know what is there, maybe you try to evaluate, but so it's a prudent thing that you include contingencies in the project. So if they calculate, they say, oh, yeah, 80,000, you better put the cost of the project at 88,000. Not to be short of money when it comes to, if you borrow more money, then return this money. They're not disbursed, you pay commitment fee, which is not so big, but you have the money. But if you don't have the money, then you have to go into another one, and that's very expensive. So contingencies are very important. Now, this is important thing. We discussed this base case financial model. This is the model with the basic assumptions, which forms part of the financial documentation. This is the model. Remember, we looked at that and we say, yes, this model, these assumptions, you have debt service coverage ratio of 1.3 and so on. So this is the base case. That's very important. This is why the banks, I did show you this very complicated big model. They use models like that. This is the base case, and this base case is attached to part of the financial documentation. The models are very, very important, actually, because they form the basis on which you make decisions. So this is the base case financial model. Okay, they very briefly mention change the law, because these things happen. What you do in case of changing the law? The law is changed. The government is sovereign, they can change the laws. It's their business. And if they change the law, what will happen? Yeah, and it describes very briefly what does. The change and gives an amendment, termination, interpretation, and so on the law, because sometimes they interpret the laws that they apply. You have to, this includes all the also regulations, treaties, directives. Everything can be changed, bylaws and codes, and so on. They have to be what you do in this case, is briefly mentioned there. Commercial operation dates is very important because it determines where you start production. Because sometimes you may have tests and so on. It's not considered especially treated, but commercial operation date is very important date. It says yes, from 1st of June 2024, this project will be in commercial operation date, and all the payments and structures and so on, everything is in, then is starting. So later on, if you have a delay of that and so on, how you treat that, who pays what. So construction costs, of course, is determined with the any addition. Any contingencies. Now, very important, it specifies the contracts. In this case, you'll be a connection to the grid, permit to operate. So this is direct agreements, and they have to be mentioned here in the term sheet. What documents you need, what conditions, what document you need, direct agreements are considered the basic, the key financial and technical documents. And they are mentioned in the term sheet. So in this case, operation and maintenance. If you don't operate and maintain the project, doesn't generate cash, it doesn't work. So even in a small project like that, you have these direct agreements. As I mentioned, the deed of sale of land, you need the land. So you need to install, you need this financial, you need this document. It's a key document and you need that. Gas supply or whatever materials you supply, water. You need a permit from the water authority. You need permit from the land registry or whatever is in Macedonia to install it. Cadastre. You need that, and you need agreement to provide electricity or take the electricity, the transmission line, you need connection agreement, and so on. So these things, all this. Financial close, to experiment, that's a very important thing which I haven't mentioned yet. Financial close is the date on which all the agreements, all the contracts, everything is agreed. The loan is agreed with the bank. And this is called financial close. At this moment, all the contracts are effective. Before that, they just drafts, or agreed drafts, but they're drafts. At financial close, everything starts to work. Because before that, you sign a contract to sell your electricity, but you don't have, you haven't signed the finance. You're exposed to big risk. If the bank doesn't agree, you have to start providing, but you haven't got money to build the project. So it's very risky. And this moment when all the contracts are signed, all effective, they're signed, but they're effective at this date, it's called financial close. Financial close, this is when the bankers sit together, exchange their pens, sign it. Prime ministers of big projects say there, smile happily, and that's the very big moment, financial close. And all contracts then are declared effective. This date, financial close. So it's a very important date. An important date is where they take the pictures and show this on the TV. For the big projects, for the small, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah. Now, very important here, what is eligible? What are the eligible costs which can be financed by the lenders? And they are specifically listed in a term sheet, eligible costs. This is it. In respect of senior loans, but because they are other lenders here, the operating, for example, operating capital facility, they have different things, but for the senior lenders, so engineering, procurement, technical assistance, even important goods and services, finance to that, legal construction costs, local construction costs, and so on overrun. Here, if you have contingent loan, as I mentioned, contingency. Something happens, you have a contingent loan, which you may draw or may not draw. But you need this contingency money in case something unexpected happens. Even for small projects. So contingent loan, and that financing costs also in this case, because the banks will ask you to pay something for arranging the loan. So this is premium. And here is filling of debt service reserve account. So usually it's 6 months debt service. With these small projects, solar probably 3 months probably will be fine, but by convention is 6 months. For example, you need to pay debt of 1,500. Yes, you need this debt service reserve account, and you can borrow this. You put it in the deposit and borrow. And keep this in special account. And if you have any problems with the solar in December, thank you. In December, when the solar don't perform particularly well, then you draw from this and service your debt. So everybody is happy. Not you say, oh, I need to pay whatever money, but the weather is bad. So yes, this is the purpose of this service reserve account. Don't neglect it, it's a very important thing. So, and this is the contingent loan amount is specified there. And here is the financing documents. All these documents which are very important, and they form part of the loan agreement. This is the final documents. Working capital, senior loan agreement, with the financial, this is the legally binding documents which set up the financial structure of the project. Mezzanine loan agreement, if you have shareholders agreement, extremely important. Later I will try to show something, but one of the main reasons many projects failed is this shareholders agreement. Before everything is abstract, you prepare the project, or if you give me equity, I'll give you 30% of the shares and so on. Or if you shake hands and so on, everybody's happy. Now, project starts to operate and some money come. You pay, you service your tax, which see you later, and suddenly then the shareholder said, no. Actually, they offer my money. No, I deserve more. I deserve more. He said, yeah, but we agreed on that. No, I think my contribution was vital. I need more money. And they start arguing. And the project fails. You wouldn't believe how many projects fail. Not because of the loan agreement, which is drafted legally, but agreement between the shareholders. Very important. Don't neglect that. Shareholders, they start to argue, they start to reason they want to buy in-laws as a young man, relatively younger than me, and their company. And the two main shareholders start to argue. They want to split, and both parties went into bankruptcy because when you split the company like that, acrimoniously. So don't neglect, very important. Shareholders agreement. Perfectly drafted, agreed, signed, sealed. Don't leave it on a gentleman's agreement. He used to work like that. Now, when it comes to money, be really aware. So, that's the problem. I have all direct agreements, supply this and that. And common terms agreement, this is the agreement between, if they have more banks, they have to agree the common terms between themselves. And this is the intercredit agreement. And account bank, accounts very important, security documents, very important, obviously. These are security documents if something happens with the loan, how the banks, what they get. But we will see later in the conditions of the senior and so on, who gets what. And fee letter that you pay the fees, what fees you pay the fees, banks are very keen on that. And hedging documents, you have hedging of some contracts or interest rates or whatever. Not applicable in this case, but okay. Any questions on that? Here it describes the parties, the project, of course, all from operation and maintenance to the senior lenders. Of course, you have to describe them because they're part of this. Now, this what it means material adverse event. Material in finance means something big, something important. Material influence. Material adverse is not some major adverse event. But this is what it means. Material, not material as a material, but it's an important, big thing. So material adverse is something which an event of circumstance which changes in a major way projects. And this material adverse, they have impact on the assets, on the financial condition, on the revenues. Is a major adverse event. Another thing is the validity or enforceability of the financial activities. Because if you cannot enforce them, or they're not valid, because or if the government says from today, we don't allow borrowing to finance something. So this is, or for example, your process to provide certain type of equipment and suddenly they decide that this is not allowed. Or some chemical you want to produce and this is entered into prohibited list of chemicals and you cannot produce it, this material event. You cannot produce it. So that's the validity of the financial documents or other major thing is that the project party cannot any of the project parties cannot perform their obligations. The bank is bankrupt or the owner of the project is something happened with that. So this is a major material adverse event. You need project accounts for different things, like reserve account and proceeds and so on. They prefer to keep it separate, so they're under control. They want to mix everything together. It's better for accountancy and for transparency that you have separate accounts and they cause it monitoring easy. Otherwise, if you mix everything together, very difficult, very unclear. So this is the accounts I mentioned, project documents. This is all the documents you need. There's a main notion. Know that environmental impact assessment, for example, is one of the major documents because without that you will not get permit to operate. So all the documents you need to operate the project. I'm fast, sorry, but if you have any questions, just stop me and ask me a question. It applies to people listening on the internet as well. So this is all the agreements. A gas pipeline interconnection agreement in the solar projects you need also interconnection agreement. You need agreement to connect to the grid. So this is very similar to that. You need all these things. And so not to mention the permits, licenses and authorizations, you need all these permits. They're major part of that. Security documents. This is the banks, of course, require security in collateral. And these documents also form part of that. So this is the security documents. And this is very interesting. I'll say a few more words about it. So, first ranking security, which means the top security. Senior lenders have first ranking. It means they're the first, they're the top when it comes to divide security, to use security. Something happens to the project, you don't pay, for example, or something happened. The senior lender has the first ranking security. They're the top, they can get whatever, including shares, rights, documents, project accounts, everything. Everything belongs to the bank. Don't get before you pay your loan to the senior lender, everything belongs to the senior lender. Everything. The project the documents, the contracts, everything belongs to the, because under this first ranking security in favor of the senior lender. They have a right to get everything. Because they have to recover their loan. And bear in mind, very often the value, the value of the assets first are not enough to cover the loan. Because you have to dispose equipment or assets which already used. First, and second, some things you cannot, they're fixed on the ground. You cannot move, it's unmovable. They cannot be used elsewhere. So that's so this is why is this. So they also have all the debtors balances and claims. Not only the assets and so on, contracts and so on, but also all the debtors to the company and so on. They became these claims became property of the bank. Everything. And project documents. Not only the accounts and so on, right, but also the project documents. Because they own the project. In this case, and after that, for example, opposite, you have first ranking share pledge. It sounds very complicated, but it's very simple. The shares into the project, and the shareholders became property of the senior lender. First ranking mortgage bond in favor of the senior lenders, the same on any movable property. So the movable property is also everything. And specifically it's mentioned the subordinated lenders, busy lenders have subordination is mentioned. So the first ranking, the senior lenders, subordination, everybody else. And so this has to be absolutely clear, right? And you have to also sign the guarantees and performance bonds. Because the performance bonds is that whoever has sold you the panels, for example, they provide a performance bond that they will operate in the next 5 years, they will drop their production, whatever percent. And if they don't perform at this solar radiation and so on as they claim into their specification, there is a performance bond.
Bond or guarantee?
Bond. One is not bond and guarantees is different. One thing is a guarantee, other is a bond. Bond is physical with money. Bond is money. They deposit money somewhere and you have claim on this money. Performance bond.
Does not.
Check. Okay.
What is the time? Well, for example, so example.
And now we come to shareholders' equity. It's also specified what it is. As I mentioned, it could be money, could be in kind, land, facilities, things like that, which are used by the project. And otherwise you have to pay for them. They consider the equity. And here is shares, cash equity of whatever 10%, 30 million. Okay. And the drawdown, you remember first equity first to pro rata, and here is a drawn pro rata, proportion. Proportion to equities disbursed proportionally as the project needs disbursement to build. It's disbursed for and second thing which is required as considered as equity is the mezzanine loan. In this case, they have mezzanine loan, which will be 20%. 20% of 300 million is a big project. Here we don't talk such numbers, but here is a mezzanine loan, which is considered as equity. So the equity is 10%. 10%. The mezzanine is 20%.
Mezzanine is something like subordinated.
Subordinated, yes, it's subordinated. Yeah, it's subordinated. Subordinated debt. And close the contingent thing. Mezzanine, if you have a mezzanine flat. You know, yes. Vladimir, you live on the top house in the, how they call it, penthouse. The penthouse is the banker senior lenders. And the mezzanine, these guys who, yeah, whatever is left, but they get more money.
Yeah, they get more money than the.
Yes, yeah. But they.
But they
risk. Take the risk. So here you are, and this is fine. So here, the site is port of whatever in Benin. And here you have to specify this obviously. And especially, now the specialist reports is interesting because the lenders will require specialist report. This is the feasibility studies, lenders, engineer reports and so on, and the technical feasibility studies, and environmental study and lateral support. Very often, projects like that, you need government agreements and support. I can show you if you're interested, a letter of support by the government says, yeah, okay, you can operate and so on, because we made a gas facility, major thing. Here, the process is small, you don't need government support. But for this type of projects, of course, you need that. And you have the insurance report and legal advisors. Legal advisors report, the legal opinion is, they say it's very important. For example, if Diana goes and so on, she needs a legal opinion that she can do this project in Macedonia. Without that, you can't proceed. You go to operations committee without a legal opinion, it's called. Nobody will look at it because it may this thing may not be legal in the country. You don't know. So you need this legal opinion in these projects. Not for this small projects, obviously. So, but for when the EBRD approved the project here, the credit line, they took a legal opinion that it's legal in Macedonia. Okay, what else I will say? Legal advisors, okay. And I suppose this is what documents you have to show. That you are legally incorporated. Obviously, you incorporate. Obvious shareholders agreement, very important. Otherwise, you expect problems. And if you issue shares, you have the share subscription and you have formation agreement. Because it's that. Okay, I'll see something. I have mentioned this debt service reserve account. This is in case in the solar in December, January, February, when, yes, to be able to pay your loans, to service your loans without going into default. So you need 3 months or 6 months debt service reserve account. 2,000 in this case, you need that. So here this is specified. Here to have that. Okay, here is 3 months. Now, just to mention, if something is in this square brackets, it means it's subject of negotiation, so it's not a final. So the bank will come with a term sheet. You can go to the term sheet, and some numbers or some things will be in square brackets. Like that. Which means that these items are subject of negotiation. Subject of negotiation. After you agree, This surplus will be deleted on the final term sheet, which means they're negotiated. So the square brackets indicate that this is subject of negotiation. Okay? Just to clarify that. Now, very briefly, the financial covenants, this is the conditions of the loan. The summary is here. I'm just going to say this much more, but here, that's it. So financial covenants, default ratio. If you go wrong of these ratios, here in default. In default. And here, average debt service coverage ratio is 1.2. If you're below 1.2, you're in default. Very similar to that, that's important. Long life coverage ratio, you remember that for the whole loan, you have enough money, close to 1.2. If you go below that, you don't have enough money to service your debt. The project will not generate enough cash to service your project. This will be. So you're in default. You go into that, you're in default. And here, of course, they specify exactly how you measure the service coverage ratio. Because it's that's the stuff. Long life is for certain point, of course, the remaining part of the loan. Debt service coverage ratio for the period, for specific period. For January 2025, do you have enough money to pay? This cash flow compared to the debt service. This is what it means. And this is specified how you calculate that, because it has to be clear. Has to be clear. They suggest that this is for 3 months in advance, measured on 1 year historic by applicable to each calculation day. So this describes in which period, what dates you take to calculate it, to avoid any ambiguity. Term sheet has to be very clear, very specific, very exact. Doesn't have for we'll see. No, has to be very clear, and all parties should know exactly what it is. So here, for example, 3 months, subject of negotiation of 1 year. You may say no, it's too much, maybe half a year. So it's a subject of negotiation, but it's specified. Here the same applies for the long life coverage ratio, and specifies the consultant fee. Yeah, nice. Somebody pays for it. Is the even that is specified there. The calculation date for the long life and for debt service coverage ratio is each interest payment date after. Okay. Okay. Retroactive decision to be discussed. Where to put this record. Now we're coming to the senior loan overview. As I mentioned, senior lender is entitled to transfer the loan. Transfer the loan to another lenders, and they have to inform or so. But they have the right thing. They keep this right to sell the loan effectively to somebody else. And any new senior lender shouldn't be worse than the previous. So they not to sell to some shitty bank your loan, and you may have problems. So at least they should have the same credit rating. One important thing, financial contracts have to be fair. Unfair contracts don't work well. They have to be fair to all parties, because then it works. If only one part imposes the conditions on the other, usually that doesn't work very well, because one party is unsatisfied. And it's like marriage, it leads to divorce. So better to be fair, to have a balanced approach here. So now, this is conditions precedent. This is what conditions you have to meet to reach financial goals. You know, by financial goals, everything is agreed, fine, signed, sealed, and that's it. The project is declared. Now, and you have to see what conditions, and those conditions are very important. You have to very carefully look at that all the shares there, project documents are done and agreed, funding from internal authorities. For example, EBRD has to go to the board and they have to say, yes, we approve this. It has to be done, yeah. Internal authorities, senior lenders, and after that, these approvals unconditional, agreed. That's it, you don't change it after that. And so insurance is all these things which you need to have before the project is declared operational. So all the regulatory things, everything has to be met, everything has to be agreed. The bank should pass their board approval. The shareholders have to agree on the loan of so everything has to be done. Agreed, checked, and importantly, all the security documents, because you pledge shares, you pledge assets, everything, it has to be executed. Because otherwise the bank will not agree. And one thing we'll look is somewhere here, the base case financial model shall be agreed that with these assumptions, those are the results. Because the financial model is part of decision making. So this has to be agreed. And of course, environmental impact assessments and so on, they're somehow obvious, but all these things. Okay. Here, accounting systems, the project accounts, they have to be opened and so on, so everything and so on. And no material adverse event, something obviously material adverse event has come to light, you cannot continue the project, so everything has to be done, even for the bugs here, the AML, all the KY, know your client procedures have passed. So the bank know to whom they're lending money. This was done. And now it comes at, so the project is declared, is signed, financial close, and now that we have conditions present to the first drawing of money. First drawdown of the senior lenders, and you have that no effect of default, the warranties are there, no subordinated, so all the things, no funding shortfall, so all the project is financed. So all the conditions are met, only then the bank will agree to disburse the first money. Okay. For eligible costs. Everything clear? Yeah. Now, this is one of the interesting things which I would like to draw your attention to. This is sounds a bit abstract. Application of operating cash flows. Fact, this is, you have a revenue. And it's called the waterfall. You have the revenue, what you do with this money. This is how you deal with the money. And there are few important things. Now, you have money into the project, and of course, first you find the project is clear. And after that, you have, the first thing you do is pay your costs, operating costs, your expenses. If you don't pay that, the project cannot operate. And obviously, if you cannot operate the project, it will not generate anything. And so the first thing you pay your costs. Expenses, operating and maintenance. Next one, the government is always there. You pay your tax. Pay a tax. Pay a tax. After that, you pay any outstanding fees to the lenders. Any hedge payments if you hedge your interest rate or whatever. And after that, you have any default interest, you have a default and you pay penalty interest. And after that, so neglect these things. So you pay operating costs, tax, and the next one is you pay the interest, the senior lender. This is how it goes. Operating, tax, interest. After you pay interest, you, the grace, if you have any grace periods and so on, you pay the principal. The principal is the body of the law. So first interest, after the principal, and after that, you have to fill, this is the working capital. And after that, you have to furnish more funds to the debt service reserve account. Always should have certain amount to cover the debt, 3 months or 6 months debt. To be sure that you have. So this is important account. It prevents defaults. So next thing, you fill it there. If there is any, if you drew some money, you have to fill it back. Okay? And after that, only after that,
That's why
you go to the mezzanine. Only after that, you go to pay the interest of the mezzanine.
that's my stories.
See, then, which is down there, then you pay the mezzanine. Okay? And it's interesting, but say unpaid interest. This is the difference in the mezzanine finance. You may not pay the interest. You don't have money. It's like equity. You don't have money, you don't pay dividend. So you don't have money for they like equity, that was equity, you don't pay the interest. This is the advantages of this law. It's like equity. You don't have money, sorry, no payments this time, no dividends, no interest payments to the mezzanine lenders. This is why they pay a role of equity, because they're first down there. First, senior. That's, and after that, we pay interest rate of senior lenders. So it goes, and only after debt service reserve account and so on, only then if you have money, you pay the unpaid interest from the previous time. Okay. So do you understand, now you understand what is mezzanine, or what is subordinated? Is subordinated. So unpaid interest after the interest. And after that, you have so-called default interest. Default is if you don't pay, we'll see later in the mezzanine. If you haven't paid because you didn't have money, it's not a default to the mezzanine lender. But you pay default interests, usually 2% more. For that privilege, you didn't pay them, now you should pay, you pay them, but you pay sort of a 2% more because you haven't paid them. So they are a bit expensive, but imagine they save from default, it's senior loans. And only after that, they increase cost, that's for the mezzanine law, and only the last one, you get dividends to the shareholders. Only that, you're the last one. You're the last one to get dividends of the shareholders. Or you can put this in a reserve. If you want to have a reserve in the project, you put this in the reserves. So this is quite an interesting thing to see how how the projects work. Thank you. So any questions on that? Was quite important to understand how the cash flows work in the project. This is the reason to show you that. Just to show you that. And but representation, one of this is who can represent the project, who can sign documents and so on. Now, positive, negative, and positive index. Now, this is interesting because positive means things you have to do, like sending reports and so positive. Negative covenants are things you should not do. It's called positive and negative. So positive is the thing you have to do, sending reports and so on. And negative are the things you should not do, like dispose of your assets without lender's agreement. So negative pledge. For example, you cannot use your assets to secure another loan because they already pledged to the previous lender. So it's called negative pledge. Reporting, this is a positive requirement, and you have to write reports. Let's keep that. It's not so important. Of course, you have to send reports. And here is the events of default. When a default is, and they say events of default customer for limited recourse. So this is what is. They don't specify all of them in advance. All of these events of default will be specified in detail by the loan agreement. It's a loan document. I'll show you in a minute. Here, this is the customary. The most important some is mentioned. It's events of default. Obviously, the first one is you don't pay. In default, very obvious. So the breach of any material term. Material terms important terms, as I mentioned, is we cannot be remediated, cannot be. And if you don't do this in 10 days after they send you a note, you have to, you're in default. This is debt to the by the insurer to the senior lenders is not paid, obviously, you're in default. This is after the event. If you have some judgments and you don't pay that, insolvency is it? Is this? You have one thing G is important here is revocation of any material consent or license. The government or some agency or whatever issued a license, for example, generation license, and they say no, we are drawing, obviously you're in default, you cannot operate. So that's obviously things. And or you have you provide some security and it's they declared invalid. And this contract cannot be enforced. It's also default because then the senior lender cannot enforce the contract. And breach of financial covenant ratios, obviously, this is default. And funding shortfall during construction period. This is interesting. So you borrowed money, you have contingency, but suddenly something else, you exhausted your contingent loan and contingent equity money, but still you don't have money. You cannot complete the project. You have shortfall. And then, of course, you're in default. Usually it's not so simple because you have to try to save the project and you have to try to find additional funding or something like that here to complete the project. Because the worst nightmare is uncompleted project. It doesn't operate, you cannot sell concrete and some equipment and so on, that's really bad. But this is a event of default. And abandonment, you wouldn't believe. I have seen abandoned project. It's arranged, and for some reason, internal problems with the project sponsors and so on, and they abandoned the project. Say, no, forget it, don't call me. I know I invested so much money in this project, I cannot take it more, I don't want to problem good money after bad. We abandon the project, and that's it. And then the bank is left with all this mess. Abandoned project, oh yes. It's not an abstract thing. These things unfortunately happen. This is material breach of representation. Somebody else signed some documents which he or she were not authorized to do. And the financial documents, or security documents is not in full force. Yeah, it's not in force. Now, you have a waiver fee. Is some things can be changed and so on, and we have to pay $500 to change terms. Because the lawyers have to make that. Expenses, things like that. Fee, increased costs, okay. Now, tax. Market disruption, that's interesting because as we mentioned, the call is here, sometimes markets and we have to change the conditions. This is market flex is called. You have to be flexible, market flex. So if this is this happens, of course, you have to amend or change some of the terms of it. And you have to change the conditions, obviously, because, by the way, it happens with one of our projects. With this crisis in 2008, we have to change, the term sheet was agreed and we have to change it because of the funding conditions became, the bank has to go and buy money from the market and this wasn't available. So we have to change the terms and conditions. And it's not applicable here, but it's a very important thing for international projects. Here, of course, will be the laws of Macedonia, but when we have international, very often we use the laws of Finland. Most of the international contracts are signed by them, and the laws of Finland. Any questions, colleagues? No, please do ask. Because I'm trying to talk fast, but takes time. Because the term sheet is an important document. This says all the terms and conditions, and based on that, loan agreement is prepared and signed, this binding document, and this rules the law of the loan. So senior loan is described here. The currency is very important because here obviously your revenue is in dinars, so it's not so important, but international project that's very important. Now, tenor. Tenor is the length of the loan, and plural tenor. And this is here is 5 years. 5 years loan, and it's a square brackets subject to negotiation, but this specifies the length of the loan. The availability of the loan it has to be drawn within 18 months. Yes, I understand from the colleagues from the Sparkasse from the bank, it will be 12 months, max. Max 12 months. Here is 18 months, but it's a very big process. Drawdown, okay? And you have a drawdown schedule, very important, drawdown schedule. It says, I'll draw money this month, 20%, drawdown after that, 10%, 5%, and so on. So you have drawdown schedule. And this drawdown schedule is important because if you don't draw the money, you have to pay commitment fee. Commitment fee because the bank reserves the money for you, but you didn't draw that. So this is why it's important. So interest rate here is LIBOR plus 6%, which is fine. For Benin, probably it's fine. And front-end fee, this is for arranging the loan. They pay 1.5%. Okay. Front-end fee. The minimum fee is 1.5%. This is a fee for undisbursed amounts. Okay. So the service reserve account is here mentioned, of course. Interest payments will be every 3 months. Here we understand this every month, and this is why I prepared the model to account for each month. Yes. And this big project is 3 months because otherwise it will be 2. Is it? And final repayment date is 5 years. Provision. 5 years. One thing, if you have a grace period, final repayment date stays. And the repayment date stays. You say 5-year loan from the financial close, 5 years, 5 years. If you have a grace period of 1 year, 2 years, simply the loans get compressed, so you pay your loan service per month gets more, but the final date stays. Don't think that when says the tenor of the loan is 5 years, it means 5 years. 5 years, the date is fixed. The date. It doesn't mean that you have 1 year grace that it moves it. No, it stays there. It simply compresses. Yes. So this has to be clear. 5 years, 5 years, 10 years, 10 years, stays the date. The final date is fixed, but you may compress it here, depending on if you get grace period, but final date. So if you have, for example, 5 years and 1 year grace, you have to repay a loan within 4 years. Not within 5, 4 years, because 1 year isn't paid. Just to clarify that, that's an important thing. Yes, months, but still is the same principle. Hedging, if we need to hedge this, principal payments days is a 3 months annual date. On a fixed loans, you can see the schedule of payments is fixed on dates. And you know the date when you expect payments, and sometimes they haven't paid. As you call, they say, why didn't you pay? Oh, we'll transfer the money tonight because it's really not making. If they don't pay, what you do as a banker, that's a bit nerve. And here is the schedule. Here, when you pay in the last principal and these things. And these dates are specified. Now we have an option to prepay. You have lots of money, not to prepay on the loan, because then the overall payments will be reduced. yes, you prepay. And you pay less interest because pay. So if you have money free in cash, you can prepay. But it's agreed how much you can pay, not less because you can pay $100. Prepayment, that's too much administration for that, but and 3 months here, what is specified, what you, under what conditions you can prepay, you have to pay the banks, compensate the bank a bit, because they will lose some interest. So you compensate them. And the prepayment is here, 500,000, the minimum. And you got to for the bank and so on. And of course, you cannot prepay it. See from the next one is is the working capital facility. I'll not look at that particularly because this is very specific. It's for a revolving facility 60 days. And I will not particularly look at that. 230 million, not very much, but still. And default, they have default interest rate, 62%. And interest rate is LIBOR plus, is cheaper than the senior revolving. Plus revolving, it's only 60 million. It's revolving. Facility, so it's working capital. And it's one thing. Working capital is invested in gas, liquid. It's very liquid, this. Not only, it's literally, it's liquid, you can sell gas. This is why they charge not excessive. This is the reason for that. Now, mezzanine loan is subordinated to that, and it's 20%, 60 million of 300 million, and we have standby mezzanine loan. This is the contingency loan standby. It's 5 years. Usually they match the senior. The senior, yes. They until the mezzanine you need until you have senior. That says that, and availability is also 18 months. Drawdown is that eligible costs. They find the same things. Obviously, and here one interesting thing is yes, is 9%. Obviously, it's more expensive. Now they're even more expensive. Now they charge whatever they say. Look, you buy like equity, you make on equity or model base case model say 70%. We want 70% as well. All right, it's equity. 70%, 20%, you pay, but you have equity. Default interest is this 2%. If you haven't paid previous period, you pay 2% like a month. Front-end fee is the same, economic fees are the same. The interest payments, 5 years, 3 months, the same. Period payment. Maybe that's it. Doesn't tell you what for them, so that's so that's the mezzanine debt. As you can see how it works. As I mentioned, term sheet agreed between the parties and agreed between the parties, and it forms the loan agreement, basis for the loan agreement, which is the legally binding document. Would you like to show you loan agreement, the creditors agreement for the big loan? If you're interested. If you're not interested, I don't mind. I don't mind if you're interested to see legal documents, real, I can show you briefly. Briefly, I'll just show you. I'll switch off, I'll not share the screen. For you, I sorry, colleagues on internet. We'll share the screen with you later on. Okay. Now, for a big project, I'll just show you just for information. This is a project in Nigeria. Nigeria, this is who participates in it, all these banks. I'll not mention them because that's a confidential, obviously. And so how many banks? It's a big project. It's in the billions. And this is the list of the documents, legal documents for this. Preparation of the decree costs millions. I can assure you, right? So the lawyers are not cheap for the person. It's big and very big. Money that? So this is the finance document, common terms agreement, which I'll show you briefly, and the finance contracts. This is the loan agreement actually, and finance contracts, term facility agreement, person sponsored guarantee and subordination deed. Because this senior, now it comes all these banks here, they are providing mezzanine that, and group sponsor undertaking. This is the share retention. Because the shares pledged to that. Collateral trust agreement. And this is a special bank which keeps these things. And here is security documents with these share charge agreements, share pledge agreements, offshore things. Offshore security trustee, very nice, very nice. Offshore security trustee is in some way nice islands in Caribbean Sea. And so this is on the list of the documents. And now I will show you one here. Common terms agreement. This is. It's called confirmed copy. This is the copy which is agreed, signed. So this is all the banks, senior lenders. See, after that we have EIB guarantors. There's the banks and development financial institutions, facility agents, local facility agents, local security trustee, offshore security trustee, intercredit agent. All these people make money. And this is a common terms agreement. And here is the interesting definitions and interpretations. They're very important. They specify what each term means. The term is reserve account specified. Interest rate specified. Everything is specified. So here is number of pages. After that, we have the project purpose, obligations, conditions, availability of loans, interest, repayments, everything here, fees, everything specified. Yeah, very clearly, but this is the full agreement. Financial covenants, negative covenants, explanation that the should not do. So everything, events of default, same things we mentioned in the term sheet, but they here developed in pages, okay? Events of default, 6 pages, not one paragraph as we discussed, we say customary. Here, they describe each. That. Enforcements, how we enforce these things. Sharing amongst the senior creditor, that's important. Senior creditors, okay, they get the first right to mortgage, as we said, but how is it shared among them? Proportion, so this is specified clearly in that. And charges, changes to the parties if they change, how this, or waiver, supremacy, what? Severability, counterpart language, jurisdiction, waiver of immunity, and so on and so on. All these things goes to the different forms you have to submit. It goes to 150 pages. This is a big project. I can assure you loan agreement for a small project. Not that obviously, but I just wanted to show you a real agreement. And the whole team, there are many documents and all these agreements, but they're here. Applicable law, what it means, auditors, this is like, this describes each of the things mentioned into. Would you like to see something specific? Something specific you want to see in that? Let's see it. The service reserve account specifies it. The service is if I personal, everything is specified. Okay, that's an example of it. And it goes and goes and goes with pages after pages to describe the this is definitions of everything. This is for curiosity if you're interested. Okay, any questions here? You want to see something? No? Bricks, I just want to. Doesn't have some. I think it's rest for your questions.
Maybe you can show the provisions for default. What happens? Yeah, what happens when, how is this defined?
Okay, all right, let me see where it is. Where's the default? Okay. Yeah, pleasure. Let's see which page is there. It's the default. That's the default 79. Okay. Should be right there, but Sure, I don't know how to take that. Okay, all right, okay.
Okay.
This is the affirmative covenants, which means the positive thing you should do. As I mentioned, you have to implement the project, you have to send the insurances, you need authorizations and so on. So this is the positive, the affirmative. And send the reports and so on, we have auditors and so on. And pay your taxes and things like this is affirmative, positive comment. And let's go to the next one. Financial covenants. Very important. Yeah, it's a financial covenant actually. What you have to do? You have to, as I mentioned, historic annual debt service coverage ratio. Greater than 1.4. This case. Not 1.2. Nigeria apparently is much riskier than Macedonia, which you can guess without a lot of financial knowledge, yes. Okay. And negative covenants, I think you should not do, you cannot do. Things constitutional, we cannot change. Constitutional documents that you not get non-financial debt. So you cannot go and borrow money from somebody else. Permitted, you should not do anything which is not permitted. Affiliates, this is to avoid we have affiliates project and you transfer the things to them where there is a so on, so they try to avoid that. Yeah. You cannot do derivative transactions because things. Disposals, you cannot dispose the equipment and assets of the project. Here's 5 million, because it's a very big project, 5 million. Here, obviously, will be much less because it's the bank, because they lose their security. 5 million for this project, 1 billion, all right, that's not much. But how you replace this operation of the project have to be done. Okay. You cannot amend the financial plan. You do any other payments to anything else. Yeah, this one here is interesting. 5.1 19 12 10 2 is when you can distribute. You shouldn't distribute dividends. You shouldn't pay dividends if you don't have the service coverage ratio more than only one when it's more than 1.5. 1.5. Only then you can distribute dividends. Just to ask that, lenders have restrictions on dividends. So it's not. And the projected annual is 165. Current one is 1.5 and projected for the year is 1.65. Only then you can pay dividends. Very interesting. Please. Share capital, you shouldn't sell your shares, obviously, because then the security, guarantees, investments, what allowed investments you have. This is this negative comments. Okay, now we'll go to hopefully insurance requirements. And now we'll come to you should keep insurance, obviously, especially for these big projects, but even for some events of default. There you go. And the first one is non-payment. Very clearly, non-payment. That's it. Here, I would give 5 days. They're very flexible. 5 days. Sometimes we used to have just 1 day. Sometimes 5 days. Okay. And breach of obligations under finance documents. If you breach any of the finance documents conditions, you are, of course, in a default. Non-compliance with that. Finance documents and so on. Project documents. If in the project documents then they have material adverse effect and these things, and these project documents or project documents. Remember the list of the project documents? If it's terminated, you're in default. All these project documents. Change, termination of any financial documents. Cross default. Cross default. Here. Any financial debt of the borrower is not paid. The borrower is also cross default. Okay. We can look at this in detail, but I just giving you the name. The sponsor. The sponsor. If the financial debt of the sponsor goes to more than 5 million. The financial debt of the sponsors, any security of financial debt cannot be enforced. Okay. Insolvency. The borrower cannot pay its liabilities. Okay. Stop or suspend payment of liabilities. Somebody presents a petition to close the borrower. Jesus, probably is possible. And the borrower ceases to exist. Or there is a liquidator, financial, judicial custodian, something happens judicially, they take over company, and sequestration, attachment, distress, pre-execution exists of the assets, because then it changes the security, because the assets are pledged to security. The group sponsor is because the group A is also declared insolvent, so and government authorizations. The government's authorizations and so on are withdrawn. It's default, obviously. It's default. That's don't need to explain that. A project physical condition. If the project is not completed by this date, it's in default. Which is very interesting because the bank will make everything possible to complete the project. Imagine you're close to completion, but you haven't completed and you declare a default. and try to claim invested in machinery, concrete and so on. Probably they'll, but officially is declared default. But in practice, I don't think this is a viable option. They will try to complete it.
Yes, of course.
But abandonment, we mentioned there was the abandonment, of course, if the abundance destroys like that, part of the project, abandon it. Expropriation, that's obvious. It's expropriated, yeah, default, but this is here. But illegality, that's interesting because it changes applicable law, it changes and declares some of the operations of the borrower illegal. Obviously, default. Security, if any parts of the security cease to exist or something like that, and then of course is default. It's effect. We discussed this. Moratorium. Moratorium is if the government imposes moratorium on operations. It can. It's a government. They impose that, and of course the project will be in default. The key contractual counterparts, they if this has the lenders decide that this is important, then they can. Acceleration and enforcement, this is to accelerate the closure of the project. They declare event. The bank to accelerate their loans is to say, look, pay me now. Forget it. We have 5 years agreement. Now, pay me now. So accelerate that loan.
But to pay in advance.
Pay now. Not in advance. Pay now.
No, okay, but if you want to pay in advance first.
If you don't pay, you're in default. They get your project.
No, but for example, I don't know, after a year, you would like to pay everything.
Oh, no, this is different. This is a prepayment.
Prepayment.
A prepayment different. The acceleration from the part, this is the prepayment is you as a borrower.
Yeah, I suppose.
Acceleration is the bank accelerates. Says they pay me now. It's 5 years long, but I want accelerate, declare default. So this is all these things, so automatic acceleration when they can do this, so this is described in detail. This is an example of events and default. This.
Can I make a break?
Yes.
I wanted to suggest that.
And what will remain? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
This we should finish by 4.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
This overcoming common problems.
Which one?
This session, is that?
This is a discussion.
Okay.
It's a discussion which I wanted to, which I wanted to have real examples of projects. And to discuss this. Interactive, but
Это мне говорил Софья. И нужно преподавать.
shall I stop it? Or let's.
No, don't stop, because the ITs are gone, so we are left alone.
Because worse. Because everything gets. Bad and so on. I think we should invite and discuss some specific matters related to the projects here. One, of course, is the carbon balance and greenhouse gases services, one of the conditions of the credit line. Another one is to accelerate the implementation. Usually it's used so-called DB, they call it LEME list of eligible materials and equipment. I think Sasha could help with that. You know that. I'm not, I have examples of previous credit lines, but it's all now comparison to it. But here's Sasha. And we have discussed together with Mattia the factors and so on to calculate the carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas savings from each project because it's part of the eligibility. And I'm open to any of your questions.
We have a question. Will not share screen anymore.
Yes, we will. Why not?
Okay. I was that we will share.
Yes, of course. Yes.
I think we will proceed on with discussions.
Yes. Now, this is an example of one of the carbon dioxide tools which we use for the previous facility for EBRD. And this is the
Share the screen.
oh, sorry.
Maximize it, please.
That's this one. Okay. So this is an example. It's in German because my consultants were Austrian. So this is why. So this I have this in English as well. Pick the copy here. This is how the conversion of factors are calculated, and the formulas and so on. And by the way, it's quite similar to what is in Macedonia. I downloaded this electricity, how many kilograms per kilowatt hours, and it's a very similar, 541. It's the latest one. Emission factor electricity. So we can update these things here. We can update and Matthew will help with that. So the same factors are used, or the same factors are used in calculating, because imagine everybody starts to use different factors, so it'll be very inconsistent and very difficult to manage. So we use the same factors, so have to agreed that, and the same methodology to calculate. It's very simple, actually. You save energy, you save materials and so on, and it's calculated. High heating value, low heating value. I don't want to bother you now with that, but I have to say that we have these things in preparation. One thing which we discussed with Mattia, when the factors are agreed, they will be for the duration of the. How long is the availability of the loans from now?
What?
Availability of loans for 18 months, for 2 years, how long?
Even more. How many years will last?
Will
It
last?
can be up to 10 years, maybe.
No, 10 years is the loan.
Yeah.
Funds are not available for 10 years. They're available for 2 years, probably.
Oh, yeah.
2026, yes. This is like 2 years. No,
Oh, yes.
No, I'm sorry.
EBRD should know that. They know they.
It is part of the program for both components.
Yes, but
Yes.
that's why I said like it finishes for now as it is in March 2026,
Okay.
which means that the last loans should be distributed in 25, end of 25.
So it's 2 years, let's say.
Because we find the calendar.
50 months, something like that.
Okay, so, but when these emission factors are agreed, they'll be applied consistently.
Yes.
If next year, Macedonia changes its factor for electricity, we're not going to change it. Because this will be inconsistent, because
there are some
related to different
There is
criteria.
no pipeline.
Is it?
Yeah. Да, има нов закон за
Да.
се спрема нов закон.
The coefficients will be changed because new law is in preparation in the
Okay.
country.
It should be adopted.
After it's agreed,
Previous law,
that's it.
yes, the previous law is all 2013, I think. So.
Yes, but the new law, it's almost.
Draft version is available, yeah.
So this will fix it.
It is on the pipe.
This will be applied, because otherwise we have to change midway projects.
Yeah,
We will be 2000, March 2000, will be 1, 2000.
we will discuss tomorrow that with Nadia, because now we have one calculations and
Okay,
in 3 months we will have other.
yeah, exactly, because that will be very messy.
Yes.
Is this CO2 emissions equivalent?
Yes, yes, yes.
GG, okay.
This is the source research. Explanation for everything. So please. This is the. So this is,
Not sure you should.
this is for big, no, we don't need to share that. Because this for big power plants. 50 megawatts. This is the CO2 calculation, how many years in it? It's just an example. This is for Bulgaria. Okay? Here you have less than 50 megawatts. This is the emissions calculations, how they are. But you'll get the ready numbers, you don't need to calculate that. But we have these tools available, and this will be calculated. This is the base case model, as you remember, I can share that if the people want that. So that. And this is it, yeah. So this is the base case model. I'll provide this to the consultants. It's provided to the consultants already, along with a number of other models which can be used. They can compare 50 projects if the bank wants to look at its portfolio, compare the projects in it. Is the big shadow model, which I have provided. I did show it yesterday. If you want to see it, I'll be happy to do it now, but it's the big model with, you can switch the languages there and use it to do. This also allows to change the language. Now it's English, you can change this to Macedonian here. And it's a very simple model, gives you monthly view on each of the projects and provides the basic assumptions.
This is for Negotian, right?
It's not from Negotian, Negotian is different. I gave example of Negotian, just taking the numbers,
Okay.
just taking the numbers. But not this. And the CO2 is the calculation here, because you have to provide in your application form that you have CO2. When you get, so this is the latest factor from Macedonia, 514. This is it.
It's in the current regulation is 0.915.
No, 0.811.
From the old regulation.
From the old.
What is the factor? Emission factor?
Yes. It's really higher than this
Oh,
because of our mixed. using all and.
I don't know. No, but this is what I have officially. This is from this. Here you get it and it's, okay, but do you apply the factors? It's a number here, you put it, you put how much you save and it will give you the result. We're not discussing that, but it's available. And this is to do this application form, which requires you to save something. Otherwise, the bank will say, no, it's not a good project, goodbye. It provides also here, this model provides a very simple sensitivity analysis. If you remember here, you can see in different scenarios, what would be the impact by each thing. If you need something more, you want to modify, it's locked. Here you can change the numbers, but if you want to change the numbers, you unlock the sheets. That's it. They're not password or anything. They're just locked to prevent accidental change. It's very simple, very open software. That's it. If you have any questions here or online, please let me know that. And in the models examples, this is the different models for different power plants, and they're for big solar projects. And here's solar generation because we can see you can see there. Okay. As you can see from the model I have taken, what is the annual generation by months? Because here the model is by month. I didn't apply this correction. It's not applied because you can see the total in the Gotham, they estimate that a year, the yield will be in P90 will be 1392 with the losses in inverters and so on will be 1392. So in each installed, thank you. In each installed kilowatt hour, there they'll generate that per year. And however, for example, so the average is 116 a month. 116 a month, kilowatt hours. But it's very different month by month. In January is 66, in December it's even 57. But in June and July is 164. So you have a lot of cash here, but very little cash here. I illustrated this here to see it's a percentage and it's generation, and you can see it's a big difference in percentages. Should be here. So in percentages, as you can see, it's a big difference. 50% difference between here and July. This is why I suggested here to have the services accounts to help
The cash flow.
the cash flow. Otherwise in January and in December, you'll be in troubles because you don't have last 3 months will probably.
What are the curves?
One is the generation.
Okay, which one?
This is the new one.
Okay.
Generation. And this is the percentages of the maximum generation. See?
So that is the actual or what?
Factual, yes.
The both are actual?
Hmm?
Both are actual?
The generation is actual.
Okay.
The other one is calculates the difference.
Ah, okay.
There's the difference between here or from the average, they generate 41% more in July, but in December, they generate 51% less than the average.
Yeah.
So just to illustrate that a debt service reserve account of some sort is needed because it's very intermittent, very. It's not constant. It's not constant. And the returns on solar, despite that we think it's a great investment, is not terribly high. They work, as you remember, when we did a financial simulation, 10 years low,
Yes, it was
only 10 years low.
even.
And then, so, but this is question, the banks, that they take care of that. They should have. But I suggest when you evaluate the project, use a simple model, see what are the results, and after that, if necessary, you can apply very complicated model, but no matter how complicated is the model, the results will be similar. Results will be very similar. Okay, I just wanted to show that. This information is provided here to the consultants. I don't want to watch it. I want to move it so I can close it. So here I haven't applied in the absolute revenue, otherwise I have to multiply it by -51% here, and of course you have very little revenue.
Yeah, this is some based on the average.
Average. But if you wish, it's fairly easy to do it.
Yeah, you multiply what it is. So June, July, you have the 3,000.
Yes. But here, because we don't know when the project starts and what month.
Yes, that's not.
The flavor, yeah, they very often, the project sponsors, they time the financial close and the start of the project so they can get the best revenues at the beginning. So that's also an important thing to consider. Otherwise, if you try to start generation in January, the bank will be very disappointed. In the first 3 months, you probably will have a very little. And if it's snowy like now, tough luck. So yes, that's an issue, a matter which could be considered. And we're very happy to help with questions like that. Happy? As a follow-up, we're prepared to answer questions, myself, Mattia, to make the implementation better, talking with the consultants. If you want to say something about eligible materials and so on, and equipment.
Well, probably good, but I don't know exactly the details about the credit line because I'm not included in the team, but I think that there is this online tool that helps a lot. Think you can use the online tool in this credit line, the green facility selector. There's available technologies like insulation, windows, doors, LED lights, photovoltaics, solar thermal collectors. So it also has calculator. I don't know the background methodology for the calculator, but for residential buildings, it's really useful because it calculates savings, energy consumptions, and so on. So it's easy to select and to see what you need and how much you will save as a part of the person who asks for a loan. So it is an extensive list with a lot of available products on the market.
Yes.
And it is up the procedure to get the loan.
Yeah,
The technologies are
evolving.
Yes. Approved.
Yeah, and it's makes it much faster. In Libya, it is called list of eligible, list of eligible materials and equipment. It's an online tool and provides, it's updated. I have the old lists, but it's updated to include the latest technologies, latest equipment, which makes the selection of equipment much easier and faster. And you know that it's eligible rather than guessing and going and so on. So that's a thing which has to be considered. The consultants know that. And they will have access to this tool. I wanted to show you, I can share that. This is Gordana's asking, the typical structure of a project, a big project. So I don't have small project, a big project, just for curiosity, before we wrap up and after that, tomorrow get fresh for Matthias presentations. Shall I share that one? This one, no? Stop share. This is applicable for big process, but just to show typical and where the problems may arise. I'll show you another one, the legal agreements, but that's probably not. So it's the project company, it's the money, they hold all the key agreements, everything. They get the permits, they sign the documents, they sign the loan agreements and so on. This is the project company. And if they don't manage the facility, they need operation management agreements with the company to do it. Because without proper management and operation, it fails. It's generating cash, you don't have money to pay your loan. That's one. And you need agreement with the company, EPC contractor is called, engineering and procurement contract, to build it. According to specification, according to budget, according to time schedule. And of course, you should have all the completion bonds, guarantees, warranties, everything with this contract. And of course, each of these companies make profit. Don't get me wrong, everybody's for the money. It's not a free, just let's be nice. Operation management, they usually pay 50%. Because these people make, if they're clever, they can make 30% or something like that. Margin for themselves, from buying the panels, installing them, and so on. Everybody's for money. After you sell the electricity company through power purchase agreement or to free contracts here, still they have interest, they get electricity from renewable sources. I take this into the documentation. Because they'll be asked by the European Union or whoever, the government, how much renewable electricity generates in the country. So, they make something. The government needs to support that. Because all this green and renewable and so on, they need a special government, support. Otherwise, most of these projects are frankly not bankable. Or they're on the border of bankability, but with this support that you have to buy electricity, for example, is a big support. Otherwise, if this electricity is more expensive than the other sources of bitular power plants, they'll buy from bitular, forget it. Your solar will stay there, not in demand. So this is supported by the government, this time. Here for big projects, this is big. The money doesn't go directly to the company, it goes to pay the loans directly. This will be projects, I don't think this is big here, but just illustration. And after that we come to the important thing here. And the important thing is that people who might develop the project. They develop the project, and after they seek equity investors. These people make a lot of money. They invest some money, high risk, very high risk, because the project may not fly. But they developed it, they got all the permits, land rights, connects, all of this incredible bureaucracy, bright few mayors and few, organizations and so on, finally they get all the permits and so on. After they go and find someone actually to invest the money, the real equity, which is more serious money, but for their efforts, they're usually rewarded for larger share portion or something like that. That's what the developers, they make their money from developing projects. You have the same in Macedonia. And equity is different funds, maybe bank, something like that. And they get this reward through what they get the majority shares of the project. We're talking now from the bank point of view, but senior and other lenders, and they may reward, their reward is the interest rate they charge, the margin on the interest rate. The margin, not the full interest, 70% of whatever they charge is not the money they make, because they pay for their money. So they may, the charge is not the LIBOR, but the margin above LIBOR, which is actually what they make. And so they have lots of things. Sometimes they issue their laws. I don't know this case here, but this is the one thing is not visible here is the shareholders agreement here, which is very important. The shareholders agreement, because if this is badly drawn, causes problems, frictions, they start to argue who gets what, and the project unravels and doesn't work well. So you have to be careful when you have things. The bank will probably require a very strong, very clear shareholders agreement. So this is the basic structure of projects. Very basic. I can show you the real projects, but they're big projects and very complicated. So this is muddled because there are too many things. So you have also suppliers here and so on. So it's complicated, but this is the basic things. And each of these things requires agreement. Nice agreement, and these agreements form part of the documentation, as you can see in the term sheet and the loan agreement. All these agreements, they're the material agreements which drive the project. And okay, so what else we need to discuss? Any questions, colleagues? Please. Or you're too tired to discuss. But thank you for the participation. Thank you for the attention. It's very important. It encourages me to talk. Otherwise, the worst thing is in different public. You talk to the students and they look like that with glassy eyes. Oh, it's a horrible thing because talk to them and it's just oh. So thank you. It's a very interactive, very attentive public. So it's a pleasure to help. And as I said, we're here. We'll not abandon you. we're here to help. So, thank you for that. If you have any questions. If you have any questions, anything you need to ask me, so please do not hesitate. You have our details, please do. Please do, it's a pleasure to work with you. Pleasure.
Very nice.
Hvala за присуството. Значи, и утре може да се вклучите на обуката за верификатори. Не знам секако Владимир ќе биде, меѓутоа на колегите ваши слободно да им кажат.
Okay, and maybe I just add that we now finished the first training. The training focused on the project design. And many thanks to Delcio for being in the spot for 2 days and for everything he delivered. As he said, he will be he will be available if you have further questions. Don't hesitate to write to Delcio or to Nadezhda or me, and we'll try to help. And tomorrow, as Gordana just said, we'll have the training on verification of projects and project results. Matya will be the trainer tomorrow. I understand there might be difficulties with getting here. We hope that some of you and some of the verification consultants will come here in person. But you have the link. If you would like to join online, you're very welcome. I think it's actually good that, well, we have at least one verification consultant here listening to the project design training. I think it would be useful also for project design consultants to listen to the verification training. Not mandatory, just a suggestion. And well, thank you for, being here in this unusual circumstances, let's call it that.
But historic.
Historic.
Did they make some?
Well, that's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah. So thank you. Wish you good evening and hope to.
Minutes.
No, today it's
Okay.
tomorrow when we
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.